Boom. I scared everyone with my face. Crazy. How are we doing today, gamers? Another fine day to despair. And hope that the stream doesn't crash. Oh man, dude. That was so fucking stupid. I don't even know how the fuck that shit happened. I have no idea why the fuck it happened. It's because of a fucking mod, I'm gonna be annoyed. Do. Hope there's no problems with the fucking stream this time. I hope not. I'd be pretty annoyed. Wow. I do not want to be annoyed. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's time for another exciting day of Factorio. Where, hopefully, the game doesn't make my PC crash for some reason. I hope not. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Pop. Alright, I should probably keep a close eye on some things. Like Task Manager. In case shit happens. Get some form of a diagnosis. In case shit happens. Well, we sit and we wait for the game to load. Alright. What's it doing? I fixed the problems here. So I can leave. Hooray. Good for me. Or at least I hope I fixed the problems here. They'll sort itself out, probably. The amount of blue chips is going down, so... Yes, it is more than likely fixed. This dumbass shit just has to get through it all. But we fixed it. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is head back to Maluna. We'll eventually get calcite on here. So I might as well just do this now. Luna. I want to build another nuclear reactor on the surface of Luna. I should set chunk filters. There's another brain I should probably try to design. I have an idea on how to do it. Probably going to implement this on all of my ships as well. Where I filter for specific stuff. Seems like a smart idea. Alright, we're back here. We're back here, and we need to figure out how we're going to fit this thing in. Shouldn't be too hard. Should be able to squeeze it in around here. Yeah, we're going to squeeze it in here. No input fluid. Why do these have no power? Oh, I see. There we go. Alright, clean this shit up so I can stick another nuclear reactor. Because we're gonna need it. stack size of one man. That should be enough space, though. I would really prefer for them not to be attached to one another. I'm gonna say, do I have no pipes or anything? Just short, eh? Start spinning up. There we go. Lovely. And that's the power of having a robust design. Oh, alright. That's that nuclear reactor taken care of. Now we should have plenty of power. Power issues should not be as big of a concern. At this point, I think if there is a power problem, we'll just have to compensate with some extra solar panel plots. I think at this point, I don't want to build another nuclear reactor. I really do not want to build another nuclear reactor, I think. Hey, Manology. How you doing, buddy? Well, I mean, you say how I'm doing. I'm doing good. Well, in our last escapade, we built a new nuclear reactor. Hooray. Getting an IT cert? Which cert are you getting? Love that. Love getting our certs and shit. CCSTIT support. I don't know which cert that is. CCSTIT. Oh, Cisco certified. Okay, nice. Validates your skills on of entry-level cybersecurity concepts and topics. You know, I should probably get that. How to program a Cisco ASA. Do you know how to operate a firewall? Yada yada. Kind of a deal. Just like basic shit like that, I'm gonna guess. Do you know how firewall works? Yes. Epic. I think we're done with this area for the time being, I think. The only other thing that I need to fix in this fucking area is just, it's just the trees. The tree growing. That's like the only thing that's really left. Improving the tree growing so we can get more, more shit for over here. Which just sucks. This process still sucks. What am I doing over here? Okay, that number is going down. I think I can now officially say that I have fixed the problems that I had with this damn planet. Even all the bullshit over here is getting fixed. Slowly, but surely, it will be fixed eventually. And the items will be able to flow without problems. Eventually. The only other thing I need to do for these areas is just to put some radars down. When I come back here, I'll do that. So I probably will be coming back here once we get some more stuff. Soon. We will want stack inserters. Concrete ice. Solid fuel. It's the only things that need to be consumed up at this point. Which is fine. Oh shit, I got a bunch of rare quality modules. Perhaps it's time to start spinning up the gachapon machine for getting more higher quality modules. How many of these do I have? 56? Okay. Lots of Tesla turrets as well. Alright, we can get out of here, I think. Taken. Right, now we have to fucking get ourselves a bunch of advanced steam turbines, right? Build a new nuclear reactor. 200 should be enough. There's a bunch of random bullshit here that I need to consume. Well, I guess if there is one thing that can be actually talked about right now is, Mega Halucha. Mega Halucha is confirmed now. And I guess we are getting a sort of idea for us to do the marketing strategy that Pokemon is using specifically for, whatchamacallit, for Legends ZA, for all the new Megas and everything. They're just doing, like, different formats, different little, hype trailer video things. Which is nice. Can't complain about that too much. That might be the only thing that I have to be a little wary of, and that is running out of stone. Well, I do have this patch right there I could fucking use. I'm gonna take apart this train station more than likely. Just belt it over. No, I'll just have to belt it over. It's easiest. 406K. This iron patch is almost gone. Thank God. Just barely out of range, eh? Uh-oh. What? Oh, we're back. Alright, had a little bit of a freeze up there. Nice meme. It does not like me being in the map view for some reason. We were having a ton of issues yesterday while playing this game, where the game was just not happy about being in map view. All of that taken care of. Well, gotta wait for all that shit to be taken care of. Okay, looks like we can finally clean up some of the other shit at our outposts. Because of all the nonsense I have to do to make that, to clean that shit up and put in the new mining drills. Which was a whole endeavor. But now we can officially open this up for business. Nice. Ugh. Time you'll be emptied as well. Oh, I really need to make sure this stuff gets fucking emptied. Ugh. $175. Just a few more trips. Let's head back to the ship then. Let's get out of here. Well, the computer's so far stable. We had a small hiccup. Just one. It has to be because of the satellite radar. That's the only thing I can think of. It's just something with map mode that's making the game just not be happy. No idea what else it could be. It's almost done. There's something I kind of want to try. Do I have accumulators on here? I do. Not accumulators, combinators. So now I can have these automatically pick up the appropriate stuff depending on how much we have of it. Should be able to copy that on all of my fucking platforms. This works. Why aren't you picking up the other stuff that you should be picking up? Gotcha. Should not be the input count, just a signal of one. So true, Boy Meets Mini. There we go. What you're saying is that I should be more mean then. Alright. I'm doing something a little fancy with circuit logic right now. Setting filters for what these things can pick up, and I figured out how I'm gonna do it now. Pretty easy peasy lemon squeezy. Do I really need to do any of this? Probably not, but well, it's epic, bro. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention, it's also official now. I am no longer on employment insurance anymore. So, haha, I'm just going to be surviving off of whatever I have saved. Let's go. Yep. And, bad news. The economy is not getting much better in this province. It is still in the fucking shitter. Still in the fucking shitter. No, it's all over Canada. It is just bad. All I have to say is, wallahi, we might be cooked. It is rough out there at the moment. I mean, it's just like, you know, oversaturation, blah, 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 yada, yada, bullshit and stuff like that. There's a lot of reasons why this is the case. Thank you, you know, to all the motherfuckers out there, just like, dude, if you just learn to code, forehead, you're gonna do great, man. It's just like, sure, man. Southern California is the second best IT job market. You would think it'd be better. Yeah, considering it's fucking, you know, Silicon Valley and everything, San Francisco. Everything's all right there. But it's also just complete dog shit. It's almost as if there's, maybe, just maybe, it's something that's a little more fundamental. Let's build the nuclear reactor first, and then the other shit. But yeah, it's fucked. I'm probably fucked. Like, I saw some, like, Twitter threads and stuff of, like, the people who have been, looking for jobs for about 2 or 3 years. And it's exactly like I predicted. Because of COVID and just the general economic instability that's happening, who are the people who are going to get fucked over the most first? It's people with entry-level positions, because they are seen as the most expendable. It's like, ah, fuck it, we can just get more of those guys anyways. Yep. Like, the job market here is, it's completely and utterly fucked. And the problem is I have to deal with, like, specifically parents who are saying, like, you have to find something, and it's just like, there's nothing. It's cooked. It's like, I don't know how many times I have to express this. I always find it really funny also to all the fucking dudes who say, like, you need to get a job. I'm like, dog, what jobs? Point to the jobs. I will apply to them. And have applied to them. There's nothing. It's just cooked. It is so fucking cooked in this country. Honestly, I'll be honest. I have no idea where it is best to go check for remote positions with European companies. Otherwise, I probably just would start looking there. But it's a worldwide problem. Like, it's just fucked everywhere. So it's just like, you know? It's like I said before, you unironically would have, like, a better shot at just becoming a fucking, like, content creator. Unironically. Because the fucking job market is just complete gachapon, slop bullshit. It's just fucked. Even in China, it's fucked. Crazy. Oh man, it's just so fucking shit, dude. Another thing about this is that, like, you know, people say that you should, oh, well, Daho, you need to take courses and do stuff. It's like, yeah, I don't disagree that with, like, courses and stuff. That courses probably have a very good way, or probably are a very good way of trying to help address this problem. But the thing is just like, dog, if there's no jobs, no market, or anything, it doesn't matter how many fucking courses that you take. If there's nothing available, it's just, it doesn't matter. Like, fucked. Like, who cares? You can do, like, courses until you're, I don't know, thousands of dollars in fucking debt. It doesn't fucking matter if there's just nothing available. Damn, it's almost as if Boy Meets Mini, that's the consequence of having an unstable fucking market. Oh, crazy. So yeah, that's what I get really fucking just consistently frustrated about. It's just like, you explain these, what should be relatively simple concepts to people, and they just don't get it. It's just like, well, you just go find a job, forehead. It's like, ah, brilliant. Thank you. I had not considered that before. Thank you for your ever great insight into my plight. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had not considered just going to find a job, forehead. Look, I had no idea. I'm shocked. Stupid. Oh, man. I have to constantly tell Unks you came from India for a job. Now the US is becoming like India. That's like the same fucking shit that my parents say as well. Well, that basically my mother mostly says. It's like, why do you think all the fucking immigrants are coming up here? Because they're also trying to find jobs. Because their country is about as cooked as ours. It's cooked everywhere. And she acknowledges that it's fucking cooked everywhere. And then she's just like, oh, well, you know, if there just weren't so many immigrants coming in to take all the fucking jobs, it's just like, dog, they're doing it because their economies are also fucking cooked. You're willing to make that recognition, but then just completely fucking ignore it. For, like, no fucking reason. It's just completely all around just cooked. Oh, but yeah, like, I mean, East Europe, like, fucking Eastern Europe has been cooked for, like, ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union. We started to recover, like, a little bit since the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it's still just bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, we got completely fucked over by the USSR. Like, there wasn't anything we could do about it. Don't tell that to stupid, dumb fuck Marxist-Leninists, though, because they wouldn't get it. Classic, am I right? ML's not understanding why the job market is shit in Eastern Europe because of the USSR? Huh, shocker, I know. Those guys are complete dumbasses? Oh, shocker, I know. And also, we have a secondary nuclear reactor now. Alright. Our reactor for Novice. There we go. Nuclear, but better. It's just, the only thing that just annoys me about it all, basically, is just how frustrating it is to have to consistently repeat the same things over and over again, and just, like, people who I know, who I expect to be more intelligent and understand these particular topics, just, like, hits them in the head and they just don't get it. It's just like, alright, well. Is this what I get for expecting better from fucking humanity? Am I being punished for expecting better? Is this the punishment I must, like, face now? And then I get perplexed, and then I get annoyed, and then I get upset. I don't know. It's just frustrating. But man, I did a good job putting this fucking base together. So at least that's one thing I can be happy about. How well put together my base on Novice is. Might even add one more row. And then we're gonna head to Vulcanus. Do you have electromagnetic plants? No. How are you doing now? We have fixed our filtration problems. Although, yeah, I'm starting to see another issue, and that is this can't keep up. Not that it's doing a bad job, it's doing a fine job. It just can't keep up. Because of just how much concrete and shit there is in it. It's just too much. It gets overwhelmed. Temporary fix to the problem. Producing too much concrete, eh? What, this? Oh yeah, well, that's intended. Can we finally get rid of all this? Oh yes, we can finally clean up this fucking belt. Lovely. Just fucking put it there. We'll be back here to officially clean all of this up. Almost bad. Son of a bitch. Okay, that should work for now. The biggest problem is that we just have a fuck ton of concrete. Faster. Eat through it faster so there's no backups. Especially because we just now have a massive increase. I mean, when we get back here, by the way, once we get to Gleba, that scrap amount that we're processing, which is about what? Which got up to about 21,000, that's gonna quadruple. So this is fucking nothing for the time being. Boy meets Minnie, the iRacing guru. I could also attach ice here as well, because ice only needs just this regular setup in order to recycle. That's not exactly gonna work. This is working quite well now, which makes me not very afraid to start investing in scrap mining and scrap productivity, because now this is all taken care of. And with scrap productivity, what I can get out of scrap productivity specifically, well, I want to try to get to mining productivity level 20 first, then we'll start doing scrap productivity. That can potentially get me, if I just roll well, more holmium, and that's all we care about. Not that we're going to run out anytime soon, because of the areas that we're tapping into, and of course, more of the areas that we can eventually tap into. We have a lot of ruin sites that we can get to by train. Because like I said before, scrap in this fucking goddamn planet is essentially infinite. Essentially. There's such a ridiculous amount of scrap that, like, whatever. Well, I'm just glad that this has basically just been fixed up very nicely, so... Yep, scrap is the main thing. You process the scrap, you get materials out of it. If you want, and you get a bunch of, like, basically, mid-late game novice intermediate stuff. If you want to have more basic items, you have to recycle it down further to their base constituent parts. That's how this planet works. You get your scrap, you recycle it further, you recycle and you recycle. It's just all recycling. And it looks like that temporary fix I came up with is also working as well as intended. The problem I was just having with was just this part of the null function was just not going exactly well, but then I fixed it by putting it on a separate belt, and now it's all okay. It's working through it. It's going to be a little slow because of just how much fucking processing units were banked up in there, but it is going. Because all we care about is getting the pink rock. All this other shit is irrelevant. We don't give a fuck about all this stuff. Like, we'd rather just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. All we care about is pink rock. That's the only reason you come to this place, is for pink rock. All you want is pink rock. You want all the pink you can get. As much pink as possible. Everything else is a formality. Except soon I'm going to have to start thinking about, well, what happens if I have too much pink rock? But then I would say to myself, well, that's just a good problem to have. I don't care about having too much pink rock. If having too much pink rock stops my entire process, I don't care. You can stop the cycling loop. I have pink rock. My warehouse is full of pink rock. Do not care. That is an issue I am okay with. Alright, well, it's time to start building this damn nuclear reactor. Better nuclear. I'm still going to keep the uranium processing here, because I don't want to move that, because I was thinking about, I could move it locally, but then I was just like, yeah, but then I need iron plates. I'd rather just make the fuel cells at the base, and then just, you know, bring them over with trains. Is what I'd rather do. Just easier that way. Let's say, why are you placing? Why are you idiots not placing anything? Get to work. Stop picking up all the fish. Let the fish stay in the water. Sorry, fishies. I'll let you guys back on your merry way. Right, I needed you to pick up a bunch of electromagnetic plants for Vulcanus, because we need to go there. After we're done building this nuclear reactor, we're going to go there. Definitely not 20. I'd say about 100. So you can do that in the meantime. Off you go. And then when we're on Vulcanus, I'll have it pick up also a bunch of big mining drills and other stuff, because we're going to be going to our next planet relatively soon. Now that I've worked out all the kinks and all the problems, redesigned a bunch of shit, fixed a bunch of problems, upgraded a bunch of shit, blah 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 blah, did a lot of stuff, obviously, we can now finally head to the next planet. Okay, so some of the things that I immediately want to change is the water inputs. Since we're on top of a fucking lake, I do not need this. What I'm going to do, I think, is make a... on both sides, Pepe. I'm going to basically make a central area that takes care of all this shit. So, central hub for the pumps there. Because we need to be able to get rid of this water. Once I redesign this specifically just for Novice, I will just copy and paste it, and we will be done. Are you complaining about not having power? Oh, that's why, because the solar panel has no power. We do not need these additional connections here, because we're just going to use offshore pumps, so we can get rid of these. All unnecessary. Those stay there because that's where we're going to have our initial pumps. Rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put storage tanks in the middle. And I want them to be attached to pumps. And the reason why I want them to be attached to pumps is because we need to control the fucking flow rate. Don't need those there. Don't need this shit show. Okay, perfect. Go back for the rest of the material that we need. And some more landfill. The good thing about making all this damn landfill is that it's going to also eat through our stone patches that I want to eat through, so that's good. The only other thing that I'll have to take care of on that new sort of little area for nuclear is, I need to take care of what I'm going to do with the spent fuel cells. The nuclear fuel reprocessing. That we're just going to have a separate facility for. That's what we're going to do. Let's grab some logistics box, because we'll need some for this outpost. It's going to be great, folks. No one would ever, listen, no one would ever build a nuclear reactor on a lake. That's not highly unethical whatsoever. Listen, it's all because of the fact that I decided to put the initial nuclear reactors here, and I was just like, you know what? This is a really bad location for me to put these things here. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty close to this fucking lake right here, but I'm just like, you know, honestly, let's do the intelligent thing and, you know, put it... Actually just put it on a fucking lake. That's the smart thing to do. That's the intelligent thing to do. The base still does need power for now, so... Let it run until I'm ready to flick the thing on. Or until it itself is starting to produce power. And then we'll turn off the old reactor. And by turn off, I mean rip it apart. And then I think I want to add another row of labs. Although we're about to get a new lab that's probably way better than this fucking pile of dog shit that we're currently using. Gets the job done for now. We are about to get a significantly better lab, I think, so I will leave that as is for now. Oh, but yes, Boy Meets Mini, before you came here, I was talking earlier about, Mega Halucha. It's, official now, which... Oh, I'm so shocked. The like, fight promo thing that they were doing with Halucha specifically was for its fucking Mega. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm so surprised that they would... I can't believe that Pokemon would do this. I mean, we already knew that Mega Halucha was going to be coming because of the leaks, right? Like, we knew. We've taken a look at the leaks before. We knew our boy was getting a Mega. The real question then becomes is, okay, so Mega Halucha. Great, fantastic, very cool, excellent, great. What's it going to do? What's the stats, right? Is my immediate fucking question. Because I've said before, Halucha's shtick is not having an item. It doesn't want to have an item because of the unburden ability. It does not want to hold an item. A Mega Stone, for those who may not know, is an item that you have to hold in order to Mega Evolve. So no more unburden or like siege shenanigans that Halucha normally likes doing. What? Game. Well, it's just a normal crash and not a computer crash. So I'm looking at my fucking memory and my CPU usage. It did not really spike all that much. I think it's just the game. Some mod is making the game very sad. But no spikes, nothing. What? Okay. No, the vanilla game does not crash like this. Okay? All I did was open a chest. Why did I open this chest? I don't know. Alright? We're doing the same thing again. The game is just not happy right now. Are we okay now? We good now? Are we stable? By the way, the CPU usage on the that the game is using is only 5%. It's only using 5% of my CPU. So it's not hardware spikes. Right now it's at 3%. Some mod is pissing the game off. It has to be a mod is pissing the game off. That's the only thing it can be. It's a mod. Which mod? I don't know. Nope. Game is angry again. Are we being for real right now, dude? The problem is figuring out which mod it's going to be is going to be a fucking pain in the ass. I'd rather not deal with that. I'll be quite honest. I'm going to be quite honest. I don't want to deal with that shit. Which mod is making this thing fucking just be so mad? And why? I know that some of the other planets that I have like mobs on them. Like modded mobs, and it's only one of them. Does Factorio have a crash logger? No. It does not. Which I do admit is pretty surprising that it doesn't have a crash logger. That is surprising, you know? You would think that, you know, dudes who are fucking, because this game is pretty much designed by software fucking engineers. You would think that they would have crash logs or something like to that effect, and it's just like a logging mod. Probably. It might be making temporary. The only thing I can think of is it could be making temporary files, and that's what's pissing it off. That is the only thing I can think of. It's making some kind of temporary file, and it's not happy about the fact that it's making temporary files. Although, honestly, it started behaving like this when I started using the fucking advanced turbines, so it might be something to do with the advanced turbines. Alright. Only place that I'm using advanced turbines in right now. Or could it be because of... Could it be because of the loaders? No, it was stable before the loaders. I don't think it's the loaders. What is causing it to behave like this? Oh, now Opera GX isn't fucking responding. Or rather, the tab that I have open is not responding. Factorio. Constant freezes. Let's see if I can fucking find a solution to this problem. Why is it constantly freezing? The only thing that has to be causing it has to be a fucking mod that's doing this. Ah, for fuck's sake, bro. Ugh, God. What? Alright, we're back. I froze up. Hello? No. Nothing has been updated. As far as I can tell. If there was something that needed to be updated, it would have done it automatically. I'm gonna end the fucking task. Alright, we should be okay now. Alright, a bunch of shit that needs to be updated. Let's see if this helps. Alright, restart the game. See if that helps. Crash dump. I'm trying to think if there's a bunch of temp files that could also be causing these problems. Like a huge buildup of temp files. That could also be potentially causing issues. You just said that people like Asmongold and Donut Operator don't have any knowledge of politics. Yes. They don't. In a video where I was specifically talking about Tectone not having knowledge about politics, you bring up Asmongold and Tectone. I mean, I guess by the transient property, yes, they also do not have knowledge on politics. Asmongold for sure. Donut Operator, I can only assume yes as well, but I don't know as much about fucking Donut Operator. But that dude's a conservative fucking grifter, probably. I feel like I have probably seen some of Donut Operator shit online, and it's just like all the same fucking 3 IQ conservative culture war fucking bullshit. So I can probably operate under the assumption that, yes, this guy is also a dumbass. So fucking sick. I'm so fucking tired of the Christian nationalist right pinning the blame on trans people, saying our thoughts and prayers. Oh yeah, they don't give a fuck. None of these people have ever given a shit about any of this stuff. Like, they don't care. Like, the express purpose of them saying the things that they say about trans people is just because it's their scapegoat. They have no, like, they have nothing to say about addressing material conditions because they aren't interested in addressing material conditions, so they have to distract with culture war talking points. It's constant. This is consistent. And these motherfuckers buy it hook, line, and sinker every single fucking time because they themselves are also not interested in doing a further reflection and looking into the base root causes of, well, why is the richest country on the planet incredibly impoverished in the way that it is? Well, it's because of the fundamental problems with the economic system. Why is it such that educational attainment is getting worse and worse? Because the bourgeoisie and the people in power have recognized that if people are fucking better educated, they are more than likely going to recognize the material conditions around them and are more than likely going to do something about it. Like, you know, yada 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 yada. We can do the whole fucking shebang shabong, but no, it has to be because of like trans people being trans or some shit. That's the actual reason. No, it can't be anything else. Because, and I've talked about this concept before, but these things that I'm mentioning right now are incredibly difficult to visualize concepts that are very, very highfalutin and difficult to understand. And we as humans like to believe that we are in control of our fucking surroundings. When it comes to like very large, difficult, complex systems like what I am describing right now, these are things that are broadly speaking out of the control of most people. Although, however, we can do something about this current society that we have built. There can be changes that we made. We have control. It's just that there isn't the will to do anything about that fucking control. But for conservatives, they're not really interested in any of that fucking critique at all. Like, they don't care about it. So they would rather do, like, performative blaming of, like, some other, because that's just, like, an easier concept for them to be able to grasp. Doesn't it make, you know, I hope this makes, like, some form of broader sense. It's all about a fucking fundamental fact that just people want to have, like, believe that they are, you know, are able to perfectly control, have, like, perfect control of everything and have a perfect understanding of stuff. And that's why they are more likely able to sort of skip into this. Huh. There is a change to Maluna. 2.0 update, eh? Okay, I see. I think we have now figured out what the problem was. Maluna update. That's what it was. Got it. I think we might have just kind of fixed our problem. So, the recipes have changed, eh? Got rid of the extra intermediary step in this particular area right here. Lovely. No more fucking wood chips. So, honestly, great. We just got rid of an annoying intermediary. Okay, I'm totally fine with this, you know? Nice, yeah. I'll take it. Cool. Okay. I think that's what was causing our problems, Boy Meets Mini. Alright, well, we can get rid of this now. This is just unnecessary. Cool. Alright, nice. Cellulose. Let me just double check. Is this, any different? 20 wood? Excuse me. Balsified sulfuric acid. So it's basically the same thing. Okay. Let me do a rate calculator on this then. 33 wood per second. Okay. Because now all of our numbers here have fundamentally changed. You know, we're just gonna, like, just do this and deal with the consequences later, I'll be honest. Yeah, let's just do this for now and just think about whatever else later. Whatever. I think it's just easier that way. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever. Okay, so then I think everything should be stable now, I think, because of that update. Yeah, I think that more than likely did the trick, Boy Meets Mini. I think that's what was causing the problem, was the fact that we were seemingly on an old Maluna version. I think that was the problem. Nice! Okay, lovely. Now we can redesign this area specifically. Think about how I want to approach this. Do I want to fill in all these gaps with landfill, or do I want to leave it as is? Part of me wants to just fill in some of the dumb gaps, and then just for like the major parts, and then like these tiny gaps, I don't like them. But try to leave most of the water as is, because I think it looks aesthetic. Like shit like this. I don't like this gap. I'm gonna get rid of it. Make it look more uniform. More landfill. We're gonna need a lot more landfill, aren't we? But yeah, I think we're stable now. So it was just a mod basically on the fucking Fritz. Well, I shouldn't say it was on the Fritz. It just wasn't updated. Ah, classic. Forgetting to update a mod. Classic. Problem with the mod? Did you update it, Forehead? I think you know shit like that all too well, Boy Meets Mini. Oh, really? Allegedly. I should probably be using the recipe that uses crushed stone to make landfill, because that's a more efficient recipe, but I don't really care. I just want to consume my stone patches. So I'm going to use the more wasteful recipe, because I just want to waste stone from my fucking starting patch, and then exploit a new patch. Because I want to exploit a new patch. Simply because I want to. Input for the fucking water from the steam. One here. The other here. Now for the pump. Actually, there's a small problem with this. Is that the wider general pump, I don't think I want it part of the main infrastructure, actually. I want it on the separate grid more than likely. And the reason why I probably want it on the separate grid is because, let's say, hypothetically speaking, something goes wrong. Right? Something goes wrong, something shits the bed somewhere. We will want the main things to keep the reactor going to be totally okay. So I think in reality, we're going to make our little pumping infrastructure here. Plus, it's also where these things are, and we can just easily pipe it in like so. I think this is actually better in comparison to what I was initially thinking of doing. Just have this little separate solar grid for the reactor itself to make sure that this part of the infrastructure is okay. Which means what we want then is to take this part apart. Just get rid of all of this. Okay, so, stick these two together, probably. Direct insertion. Like so. We want the pump. We don't have a lot of space for this, do we? That's not going to be attached to the overall system because it's not attached to the substations, so that is fine. Let's give ourselves a little more space, actually. Can't be too far from here. So I just want to be able to do that. Although we have to fucking fix this heat piping a little bit because we need to feed all of these with water. This is actually a little tricky. It's a little tricky because of how tight it is. Let's try thinking about this instead. Okay, so that loses power, that's fine. We don't care about that. Roboports stay where they are. Okay, I think this works, actually. And then we put the solar panels on the bottom and the accumulators as well. We don't need a ton of solar panels, because this area doesn't need a ton of power. not that get electricity from the substation. Although, honestly, actually, no, it doesn't matter if it gets electricity from the substation because it's still... Yeah, no, this is actually fine. No, this works. Yeah, no, this works. Because if it goes down this part, this thing can still compensate. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Perfect. Okay, now we just have to figure out how to bring the other things in. This fucking pipe also is getting... the heat pipe actually gets in the way as well. Son of a bitch. It doesn't fit. Okay. Where are the offshore pumps? Good thing about offshore pumps is they don't need power. What is this? Okay, this is new. Huh. Okay, this is new. Okay, we're gonna have to... What the fuck? Microcellular plastic bar. Plastic bar, carbon dioxide. Diffused plastic bar. Okay, this is still here. What's the point of this? The fuck is this shit? Okay, that's a little weird. Alright, well that's a little interesting. Diffused plastic bars, eh? Intriguing. The heat pipe just gets in the way. We just don't have enough space unless I were to shift all of these up by one fucking tile. This is annoying. Unless I do it like this. I think I just came up with a solution to the problem. Okay, I think I got it. And this will still also be a part of these separate power grids. So in case that goes down, that can compensate. Perfect. Alright, lovely. And now, for these two shitters, bring them together like this. And your entry point is over here. Lovely. Okay, that works. It's a little scuffed, but it works. Nice. Okay, that'll work. That'll do the job, hopefully. Now we just do the same thing on the other side. You're good. 80%, so you're always gonna flow. Very good. Okay, great. Fantastic, lovely. We have fixed the problem. Problem fixed. Now do the same thing on the other side. Okay. That is the new nuclear setup all done. Great, fantastic. Alright. Great. Good for me. Separate power grid for all these shitters. The only thing would be to just maintain the fucking solar panel to accumulator ratio, but I would have to put in 2 more solar panels and 1 more accumulator. So that's not really the end of the world. But otherwise, we have just redid nuclear reactor. Not the fish. Not the fish. Listen, we'll go fishing later. We will eventually need to do some fishing. Don't grab the damn... Stop grabbing the damn fish. Back in the water you go. Okay. That should be all of these problems taken care of. Lovely, fantastic. Digging result on what? The fuck is this digging result shit? Oh, that's right. Helium's not a fucking thing anymore, is it? The fuck is astronomical data? Exploration science pack? Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. Well. What the fuck is this? Where the fuck is this shit? Huh? Regolith. Lunar regolith digging. Huh? Fuck is lunar regolith digging? Oh look, they changed the lunar rock spread as well. Oh, it looks way better. Okay, I think we may have to come back here. Rocket buggy? What the heck is this? That's new. Huh. A telescope? That's how you get astronomical data. Ah, interesting. Okay, okay. We got a lot of wacky stuff going on here. Has the recipe for this changed at all? No, it's still the same. Well, curses, I have to fucking fix a bunch of shit here. Well, first off, we gotta get rid of all this shit. Gotta get rid of this shit. See if I have any of this damn regulite. Regulite? Yeah, we're gonna have to come back here and do some fixing, huh? This damn update. Okay, well, son of a bitch. That's a little sus. Oh, so it's not a racing buggy, Boy Meets Mini. It's a rocket buggy. Listen, get your mind out of the gutter, okay? It's a car with, well, rockets on it instead. And it has an equipment grid, huh? Low density structure space platform. Craft microcellular plastic bar. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back there. It looks like we have some fixing to do. Lunar Regulus sorting. Place a mining drill anywhere on Maluna without nearby resources to begin big digging for regolith. Discard unwanted crushed stone either by burying it with lunar dirt with a cerner or placing it on a tile. Oh, so we can get... Okay, so the whole surface of Maluna is this regolith shit. Ah, that's a mechanic that's been also explored on other modded planets. Where you can just forehead put a drill somewhere, forehead, and you get certain resources from it. Fascinating. I see. Well, okay. Okay. That is fascinating. Well, you idiots go into your new home for now. Well, we need to make more fucking landfill first, so... 2.1k fucking landfill? Eh! It's gonna take a while for you to make all that fucking shit, isn't it? That's fine. Rocket buggies, huh? You need aluminum plate to make them. Okay, well, we can make those pretty easily on Maluna. Well, so much for having something that would consume my fucking aluminum plate, huh? Those Explorer fucking science packs. Okay, so to make the exploration fucking science pack, you need all this fucking shit. Oh, they updated the satellite radar fucking sprite. Ooh, look at that! That's from that's from the space exploration mod. That is a significantly better sprite. Look at that. That's from space exploration. Space exploration is a very, very good mod. Yeah, it's a great sprite. Very, very well done. Probably asked the modders for space exploration permission to use the sprite, so they're just like, hey, can I use the sprite? And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. Excellent sprite. Very, very good sprite. Okay, let's continue looking at the fucking text tree, though. So, we need to make these low-density space thing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Steam production on space platform. Use thruster fuel and oxidizer for controlled combustion, turning water into steam. What kind of steam? $500 steam. That would mean I don't need heat exchangers anymore. And I would not need to make nuclear reactors. Okay. That is interesting. However, you need to go to Corundum for that, so we don't have the ability to access this recipe yet. But that is interesting. That is interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. What else do we get? Vacuum heating tower. Okay. So this is just a better advanced boiler. These are advanced boilers, but better. Okay. Okay. There's the platinum thruster. And that's it. Everything else we've already researched. We need to craft low-density space platform foundation. So from what I've read, low-density space platform foundation... It still takes the same thing, but it also takes aluminum plate and low-density structures. Okay, man, this is... quite a fucking change. Alright, we have to go back to Balloona and fucking fix a bunch of shit now. Alright, how do we get astronomical data? Telescopes. We can also get them in assembly machines? I think I'd rather use the telescopes. Much rather use the telescopes. Okay. Wow, this is, what an interesting change. So, lunar regolith makes crushed stone, and uranium ore. So, what you're telling me now is, or 1% uranium ore. It makes crushed stone, which is basically useless, and stone, which is also basically useless. So, basically, you know, what this tells me right here is, that's infinite uranium ore. Because the entire surface of Maluna is this regolith shit. That is infinite fucking uranium ore, effectively. 1% chance to get it doesn't really matter. Who cares? It's infinite. You're gonna get it eventually. Very interesting. But there's still stone patches on this fucking planet and stuff. Very fascinating. Like, all of this, it's all just regolith. All of it. Only 2.1k? Oh, it is definitely more than 2.1k. Oh, so you can come back to novice now. Man, what an interesting turn of events, I have to say. That was fascinating for me to learn all that stuff. Are you out of ammo, dumbass? It's just too slow. I need this to be faster. Alright, all of you now fucking like this. Oh, that's right. I also need fucking concrete for this shit. Son of a bitch. Whatever, it gives a use for the fucking concrete. Speaking of space, solar probe. What the? If there is one thing that needs to happen, Boy Meets Mini, it is the fucking decommodification of fucking space. More advanced than NASA's solar probe. If there's another thing that also needs to happen, it's NASA to get more fucking goddamn funding. The only reason why NASA doesn't have the funding that it does is because conservatives are fucking stupid. NASA, with the paltry budget that it has, gets some fucking crazy fucking work done. Imagine if they actually had, like, a budget to their name, dude. Like, just imagine the things that would be possible. But no, unfortunately, it's just all, like, conservative dreck bullshit nonsense because conservatives just hate humanity. I mean, that's what it purely boils down to. It's just a hatred of humanity from conservatives. Constantly thinking about, like, NASA and shit like this just only gets my hatred more activated. My rage. My unbridled rage against conservatives. Okay, well, we're gonna have to leave this place for now. It's time to think about how we're gonna handle fucking Regolith. Don't know how the fuck we're gonna deal with that shit. And also all the Bayou cellular plastic. Also, how the fuck am I gonna fit all this shit in? How the hell am I gonna fit it? We need the new plastic, we need the new shit, we need the new shebang, we need the new bang shabong, da-bing, da-bong, shebing. It's just like, alright, man. Well, time to take care of all this stupid shit. Well, while we're accumulating landfill, let's just leave for the time being.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, we're getting fucking bing-bonged. But like I said, it does seem like we're fucking stable now, I think. I think we're stable now. Haven't had any strange crashes or problems or slowdowns or anything, so that's good. Not producing enough stone. I'm curious. How much does a satellite radar now consume? Well, they didn't change anything to it. Okay, that's cool. So nothing about it changed. Alright, drop me to Maluna. Take me to Maluna. Because it looks like we have a bunch of random shit to fucking take care of now. So I thought I was done with this place. Brought me back in. They're bringing me back in. So, like, okay. If I just do... Okay. So that's regolith digging. That's how you get it. Alright, well, we got regolith now. So we should get the fucking telescope as well. Start building some fucking telescopes, huh? Electrical data cable. How the fuck do I make electrical data cables? I need to make silicon carbide, silicon ore, and electrical cables. Data tape. Data tapes. Dude, it's VHS, dude. Sky observation data. How do I transport all of this data to Maluna? Or to Maluna to make use of it? For science. Why am I being forced to fly over everything? That's a bit of a that's a bug. Well, that's a bug, but that's not the end of the world. I think I might have to move my rocket silos. Yeah, I might have to move my rocket silos now because of, well, this shit. Okay. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Well, that's gonna be a lot of fucking bullshit to have to clean up now. Where the fuck am I gonna put the rocket silos now? Microcellular plastic bar. Needs steam? And turns back into plastic. Diffused plastic bars. This is so fucking weird. Plastic containing millions of microscopic holes has unusual material properties. You don't say. By unlocking any two planetary science packs from the following list, and so you get access to the nano-foamed polymers. Okay. That's how you make this dumbass plastic. In order to make our dumbass new science pack. Steam crushers and low-density space platform foundations. Okay. Oh, this is new. Radioactive module. Productivity plus 16%. Interesting. But you have to recharge it with plutonium. You need a special insert to use it. That's so funny. Okay. I think we just have to start by moving the fucking this shit out of the way. Yeah, we just are gonna have to start by moving this fucking bullshit out of the way. Why the fuck are there a bunch of trees on the goddamn... Huh? This only grows trees now? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, how do I make wood from the goddamn trees? Ag. Fuck's sake, man. How am I making wood now? Okay, I have to fucking completely fix all this shit now. Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit? Cease with the growing of the trees. Man, what a fucking weird ass fucking shitstorm that I have here now, huh? So fucking weird. Okay, so does that mean I have to use assembly machines to make wood? Okay, there's something wrong with my mouse right now. Ag. We back to normal? Okay, we're back to normal. Okay, man, wood? How do I turn these trees into wood? That is the question that I have now. Trees, wood, how? Do I need crushers to turn them into wood? Do I need to, like, throw them in a wood chipper, basically? Is that how this works? You need speed module 3s to make these things now? Why is my fucking headset beeping? Are you out of battery? What the fuck are you beeping about? That was weird. Okay, don't need beacons in here anymore. That's normal. That's normal. That's normal. That's normal. I need carbon fiber now for space chests. Okay. What? Bro, what the fuck just happened? I have... What? Alright. The fuck was that? My computer just decided to have a meltdown, I guess. That was a little weird. Alright. Dude, bro, I have no idea what the fuck is going on with everything right now. Why is everything seemingly deciding to break right now? I don't know. What did I do to deserve this? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Now we're having the fucking... Okay, we're having the fucking slowdown crash stuff again. Okay. Cool, fantastic, great. Dude, what the fuck? I think it is this planet. I think this planet's causing everything to just have a fucking complete utter meltdown. Not to mention we're not making oxygen and everything from here again. Man, this game is just losing its fucking shit right now, and I think it's because of this planet. This planet right here, Maluna, it's on the fritz. It's crashing out. How do I make wood now on this planet? Do I have to, like, Google now how to make fucking wood? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it is crushing. Okay, so you crush it. That's how you make wood now. 4 wood, you get a tree back. Okay. Man, I hope my shit's not gonna crash out anymore. Man. Oh boy. Fucking Christ, dude. Okay, this we need... Bots on this fucking shit, man. God, dude. What a fucking shit show. Aluminum crushing. Alumina crushing. We can now crush the aluminum to get crushed aluminum. Okay. Alright, so we have to just make the exact same loop, but with fucking trees instead. Lovely. Alright, how much does this produce? $192 wood per second. I don't think we need that much wood. Okay, we can get rid of these. Yeah, it's a lot more wood than I thought. Okay, Alright, start crushing these damn trees. Wood gets turned into cellulose. Radioactive module. That's a new thing as well. That was just added in the fucking thing. Okay. Wood. Don't just destroy the wood, please. Okay, so basically, the game thinks that this whole fucking area is an area that where anything can be fucking disposed of. Okay, interesting. So, I guess the game also thinks that the whole place is fucking lava now. Alright. That explains why I'm flying around everywhere. This is, like, okay. This change so far, a little weird. A little weird. A little weird. A little strange. I have to say. Well, if there is one consolation prize that we can get out of this, however, is that these recipes seem to be a bit better now. Not as dog shit. Because this produces way more fucking wood per second. Problem is that this still does not produce trees exactly the quickest. Okay, that's new. So I have to produce... Okay, that's also another change. The oxygen production recipe has changed as well. Okay. So now in order to produce oxygen, I need to barrel up atmosphere from Novice to send it over to here. Does that mean that hydrogen simply no longer exists? Yes, hydrogen simply no longer exists. It's only oxygen now. Fascinating. Okay, man. What a strange series of events we have found ourselves under. In terms of having to fix this place. Ugh, God, dude. That means I can probably add a few more of these things, right? This only consumes 33 wood per second. But we need to use about half of the wood that we make. Cycle back into here. Actually, no, fuck it. We're just gonna leave it like this for the time being. If I have to add another one of these, I add another one of these. 38.4. Okay. Damn it. If I need to move this up, I move this up. Okay. Okay. Tree. Fertilized treehouse growth. So these recipes are still in place, it seems. Those have not gone anywhere. Well, let's go with 150, sure. Okay, so that's the cellulose taken care of now. And the wood is starting to flow again. Oh man, that was fucking weird. Now we have to take care of the oxygen problem. Or the OP, as some may say. Pepe, Pepe, Pepe. I have no idea how the fuck these ratios work now. Absolutely no clue whatsoever what my ratios are. Okay, so that's all the tree shit fixed. I think. Now we need to move the rockets. Fuck my life, I have to move the rockets. Oh, fuck my life, I have to move the rockets. Oh, fuck my life, I have to move the rockets. Nope. Well, considering that everything is lava now, I'm not wasting these fucking precious resources. Okay. Cool. Stop. Halt. Cease. You stop immediately. Okay, rockets. Where are they gonna go now? Just fucking put them up here. Fuck it, I guess. I guess we can get rid of this fucking train station. It doesn't do anything now. I'm just gonna put all the LDS processing units and all this shit in a fucking chest for the time being. It's probably the easiest way to deal with it for now. So I do not want these to get destroyed. This shit's hard enough to make as is. On this infernal moon. Okay, well, that's all that weird shit taken care of. Now we have a bunch of extra space. We're gonna need to get rid of that now. Because I think now we have to keep plastic on the bus. We need it to make that cellulose shit. Or that fucking weird plastic shit. I don't know about advanced circuits. So we're just gonna have to fucking shove that new fucking fangled plastic probably right over here. That reminds me. Now what we have to do is figure out how the fuck we're going to get specifically atmosphere, and we're gonna have to use this ship right here. We need to barrel the atmosphere. Gotta put it in barrels and ship it up here. And the fucking... the rocket propellant fucking shit also changed. Okay. Man, so many fucking changes that have fucked with so much shit. Okay, let's get all of this out of the way. Still needs ice, so that's fine. No change there. Simple enough. How do I make this crushed aluminum now? Need aluminum plate. Aluminum plate is how we now make crushed aluminum. What are you waffling on about right now, Alex? I need something more than ice. I need something that stops me from having a fucking aneurysm, because the patch to this goddamn mod just completely fucked with all my shit. And I don't like how much it's completely fucked with all my shit. Some may say I am not particularly happy with this position at the moment. So, where the fuck do I use crushed alumina, then? If it's not for the fucking rocket. For the rocket fuel. Is it just for over here now? Like, that's it? Aluminum melting. Which makes molten aluminum and oxygen. Interesting. Okay. Well, there's our way to make oxygen, right? Well, I mean... That's already... No, wait, what the fuck am I talking about? No. No, this was already what we were doing to make the melted aluminum. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking dumbass. I guess the crushed alumina just doesn't do anything else besides just make, it's just used for chemical processing. I think that's it. I think the only thing that crushed alumina now does is just chemical processing. Otherwise, it's not used in anything. Where the fuck am I going to fit in the crushed aluminum? Fuck my life. Fuck my life. Fuck my big chungus life, dude. This is so not very poggers. Fuck my big chungus life, dude. I'm not gonna fucking completely rebuild all this shit just for the... Nah, fuck that. Okay, I think I just have to kind of fit it in here. Oxygen. Okay, let me see if this isn't too many... This makes 20 per second. How much does this consume again? How much oxygen per second does this shit make? $560? How much does this consume? A lot. Yes. This process itself does also make oxygen, which helps with the problem. So these things are only just going to be here just to, you know, kickstart the shebang, shabong. You can stop that. We can get rid of these annoying-ass chemical plants that I had here. They are completely unnecessary. So let's just get rid of all of this. Stop. Hmm. Where the fuck am I gonna make atmosphere? Okay, first off, let's just fucking real quick. Because I also need barrels as well. Barrels. Because I need barrels. I need to be able to barrel the atmosphere. Then I have to unbarrel the fucking atmosphere. And then I have to get rid of the barrels, send the barrels back up. Blah, 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 blah. Because I don't want to keep all the goddamn barrels. Barrels! And you sense that I am not happy about this situation. Okay. Let's just go with 100. No, let's just go with 200. 20 slots? Is that enough? Is that enough atmosphere? 20 slots? I mean, I don't need a ton of this stuff. another ore. Leave that for now. Since you're not over Maluna right now, we're just going to say barrel. Atmosphere barrel. Equals 0. We're going to use that ship to go back and forth to pick up the fucking atmosphere barrels. Because now we need atmosphere barrels. Man, I knew we would eventually need atmosphere barrels, but not on this fucking planet. On another planet. I love the atmosphere. Who loves the atmosphere? I love atmosphere. Okay, now what we need is to have an assembly machine to unbarrel the atmosphere. Now the only thing we need fucking atmosphere for... Now get rid of all this fucking... We don't need this fucking hydrogen shit anymore. It's useless anyways. Because we need these things here to make sure that the process gets fucking kick-started. So we're going to need to use a bit of circuit logic. Okay. All of these should now be completely isolated. Now to cut it off. Get rid of this shit because it's completely and utterly useless. Fuck you, hydrogen. Alright, now, what we're gonna have to do is a little bit of trolling. That is already for venting purposes. You are going to be for input purposes.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Okay, so this should store about, get rid of this. Stop it. Okay. So, this is only for the express purpose of kickstarting the process. Just do the exact similar thing that I've been doing already with all this fucking shit. Okay. This pump gets enabled when oxygen is at... 200K is stored in these. When oxygen is less than... We do 80%. Because here's the thing. These shitters right here produce a fuck ton of oxygen, which get recycled back into the process. I think I might actually lower this. We'll play with this number. I'm going to make this 80K. 40%. We'll go with just 40%. This stuff right here is what's going to make most of our fucking oxygen. For our carbon dioxide. Our numbers, our ratios are going to be completely off, but I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't want to bother with fixing all that fucking bullshit. Absolutely the fuck not. I don't care enough about fixing it. What we need to do now is we have to have an assembly machine here specifically for atmosphere. Atmosphere. Fucking. Where is it? Unbarrel atmosphere. Empty. Not oxygen barrel. I want atmosphere barrel. Which one lets me empty the fucking atmosphere barrel? Atmosphere. Where the fucking shit nugget is the empty atmosphere fucking recipe? You know what? I'm double checking this actually. Are you a self-sustaining loop? Yes. Okay, this is a self-sustaining loop. This produces a fuck ton of oxygen. Okay, so this is actually a self-sustaining loop. We don't have to think about this. This sustains itself. Perfect. Okay, so that is not a problem. We, in fact, have zero use for any of this stuff. So we can get rid of them. It might be good to actually have a couple in case shit happens. So we'll just leave a couple in case we need to kickstart the process. That should be enough. That is the only purpose that this serves, is to kickstart the process in case shit happens. Now that we have this space here, what we can do now is we have somewhere to now put our new crushed aluminum. Now this is going to look really fucking scuffed, but, you know, unfortunately I've not been really given much of a choice in the matter. Now have I? Work with what you got. What's the rate of this? 48 per second? What's the consumption? $30. Wow, that is expensive. Okay. Plus the ones over here. That's going to be exactly 60 for our crushed aluminum. Okay, so these make 3 crushed aluminum per second, which means we need 20 machines. That's the problem. This thing can always make some fucking goddamn aluminum, which means it has to be a fucking sushi belt. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. At least this shit is a fucking self-sustaining loop, so that's not too terrible, I suppose. Alright, cool. Crushed aluminum. Okay, that's crushed aluminum. Lovely. Because I need to get this fucking going as soon as possible because we need that shit. We need to start reproducing fucking rocket fuel. It's a good thing I left a lot of space here, so we have room, so we can do this. And then integrate this shit on the bus. Because we're gonna need more. I love adapting to random fucking bullshit that happens. Because of random fucking reasons. Split in an area where I have a little bit more room. Let's just start fucking producing this stuff first and then figure out the details from there. So this needs to be aluminum plate. We're also gonna have to fucking fix up this shit as well. Integrate that somewhere else in the bus. fucking do this. God damn it. Okay, I think I just have to kind of suck it up and just be like, alright, well, it's only going to be on one side of the belt, and there's nothing I can really do about it. We're gonna do some funky stuff with belts. So, if you have a splitter, for example, going directly into an underground belt, it'll input it only on one side. It won't input it on the inside part, it will only input it basically where it's revealed on the belt. So we're gonna use that to our advantage. Alright, so now the vacuum boilers will now again have their fuel. Great, fantastic, excellent. No problems there. Alright, that's one problem that's fixed. Now for another problem. The other rocket propellant. There we go. Okay, lovely. This looks so fucking goofy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why it thinks the whole floor is lava. I guess the whole floor is lava now or something? It's fucking weird. Ugh. Alright, so that's that fucking taken care of. Now for the aluminum. The crushed aluminum. Keep crushing, butthole. Oy, 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 oy. Alright, I think that is that taken care of. It's annoying that it's only on one side of the belt, but I ain't bothering with that shit. Looks like getting it on the other side of the belt's not too difficult. Oops. That's how we'll get it off. Hehe. The boilers are not affected by fucking... Huh. Beacons. Interesting. Okay. Let's beacon these bitches then. Yeah, that's right. The Crusher 2s have, that's another good thing about them. They have 2 additional fucking, module slots in comparison to the, other shitters, which is pretty good. In comparison to normal Crushers, yeah, these have, an additional fucking module slot, and that is very powerful. That is a lot. Per second. Alright. Crushed aluminum. Fixed. We now have rocket fuel again. All fixed. And we are making a fuck ton more now. It's an improved recipe, I must say, especially with those Crusher 2s with the extra module slots. It's pretty fucking good, actually. So that is actually a much better recipe that can more easily sustain the production of rocket fuel. So I can't complain. A little bit of a pain in the ass, but hey, it's okay. Not the end of the world. Okay, now we're ready to keep going with all this other bullshit. First off, it's time to completely rip this all to shreds because it's useless. Stop that. We will not be wasting away our precious uranium-238. Not that precious, to be honest. There's a fuck ton of it. Get these extra packs in here. Alright, well, those are all the science packs I'm going to have for a while. Are these 2,300? So for a while, we're not going to be making any exploration, aka come to science packs. So we will not be having come to for a while. Although the good thing about this is that now, with the extra space that I just basically made for myself, we can now remake all of this shit. and put it somewhere else. Now, the thing with silicon cells is that we actually need silicon cells for stuff. Which means it's time to get rid of you and to fix you. Oh man, dude. Advanced circuits. Do we need the advanced circuits for anything else? Yeah, when mod authors rebalance their mods, yeah, classic. Now it's time to fucking adapt and fix everything. Do some fuck shit to, well, make it more or less work again. Well, not more or less. To make it work again. Because it must work again. That's a capital D colon. I'm shocked. I can't believe that mod authors sometimes rework their mods. Shocker, I know. Came as a huge surprise to me. Although I do think that these changes do seem a bit better. I do like the idea of making a telescope. I think telescopes are pretty cool. This change does not seem too terrible. Just have to barrel up some atmosphere just in case. This being a self-sustaining loop, I think is also very, very good, to be honest. Like, this will automatically sustain itself. So, that's good. It looks like silicon cells are now used for more shit as well. So again, stuff that we're going to want to start making is low density think it's called space platforms. We don't have it unlocked yet, do we? No, we don't. We do not have low-density space platforms unlocked yet. Okay. Because we need to make microcellular plastic bars, which spoil into plastic. Which means we also need to figure out ways to deal with any potential excess plastic as well. And I think the way we're going to do that is with circuit logic. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, stop producing when the chest gets full of the low-density space platform foundations. When the chest is full, whatever buffer chest I'm going to put these things in, stop making this. That is how we're going to do it. Twice as durable and half as dense as standard space platform foundations. Interesting. Okay, but here's the thing, though. It's basically irrelevant, though. Unless now there's been a change to making weight more relevant now for... how spaceships move. Let me test. Because it's always just been width. The top speed of this is 200 kilometers per second. I still reach about 200 kilometers per second. Is there any point in me making these low-density space platforms? I think they're just using science now. I don't need them at all for spaceships. I think it's still fine to use the normal space platform foundations. Unless it lets me, It appears that I forgot to fix that. Forgot to fix some of the inputs for the little extra filter brain on one of our ships. That's fine. That's a quick fix. Well, that could have been a potential disaster if I didn't catch that. Lovely. Very good. Man, I wanted to go to fucking thing. I wanted to go to Vulcanus and finally be able to go to a new goddamn planet. No. No new planet for me. Uh-oh. Rework. Rework to mod. Uh-oh. Stinky. It's like, alright, man. You got me. Start spamming caught in the chat. Caught. Daho got caught. Caught out. I don't need to do anything fucking... You know, I don't think we need to do anything special. How much does this produce? 12 per second? It's fine by me. So why am I putting these on a belt right now? Do I need silicon cells for anything? Is this just stupid of me to do this? Was this a dumb thing for me to do? Did I do this for no reason? I don't know. Why did I do this? Why did Daho do that? I don't know. That's a good question, Daho. We need to make the stupid plastic now. I need to make steam. Okay. I have to make diffused plastic. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a multi-step process. I have to make this diffused plastic. Okay. In order to make the molecular fucking plastic. I need steam to do that? Ugh. How the fuck am I gonna make some steam? The nuclear reactor. That's making steam. Am I gonna siphon the steam off? I'm gonna siphon it off from the nuclear reactor. The other ways of making steam are a complete pain in the ass, but I also need carbon dioxide. That might be a bit of a difficult proposition. The best way we're making carbon dioxide is through here. Now we have plenty of carbon dioxide, but the issue is if we don't have enough trees. Now what I could do is recycle trees and get rid of them that way to make sure that this is constantly going, constantly making oxygen and constantly making the carbon dioxide. Either that or I'd have to barrel up atmosphere to bring it up here in order to make oxygen. To make sure the cycle keeps going. I think what I'm going to do then is we're going to siphon the steam off of the nuclear reactor. Just grab it from here, fuck it, pump it, yada yada yada. Because I don't want to go through the stupid hoops and hurdles of having to make... Because the current ways of making steam on this planet is a kind of a pain in the fucking ass. Specifically through this thing. So there's advanced water boiling. That is a way to make steam. Water, oxygen makes steam and carbon dioxide. Water and atmosphere also make steam and carbon dioxide. Well, we do need carbon dioxide. Water, oxygen making steam and carbon dioxide. Well, I need both of those. Because right now we're using forced combustion to make all the current carbon dioxide that we do have. Then I'd have to bring up a bunch of burnable material, and that'd be a pain in the fucking ass. Okay, so first we have to make this shit. Diffused plastic bars. Which also makes fucking carbon dioxide, which has to get fed back into the fucking process. And it can be spoiled at different fucking levels. Keep in mind, when the diffused plastic bars spoil, I believe they spoil back into fucking plastic. Which means then we have to fucking loop it back in again. Wow, this shit's a pain in the fucking neck. Okay. So the only way we're going to be able to do this is with buffer chests. You need to make a buffer chest holding a certain amount of plastic in it. The reason why we need the buffer chest is because if we don't have the buffer chest, the potential spoiled plastic that might come into fucking existence will get fucking stuck on the belt. So keep the loop going. Just like with every other fucking goddamn thing we've been doing so far on this fucking infernal moon. It's all about having sustained loops. Brother, may I have some loops? That's the name of the game. Brother, may I have some fucking loops? You know, maybe that solar panel fucking manufactory, I did not need to remove it at all. Maybe that was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. Speaking of things, we might as well fucking remove all of this shit as well. It doesn't do anything. Because helium does not exist anymore. Alright. Lovely. Whew. Jesus H. Christ. Alright, so the spoil result does all of them turn back into fucking plastic. Tougher metals or better chemical plants may be the key of reducing failure rate. Interesting. So these things are gonna constantly turn into back into fucking plastic. Oh man, that's gonna be very fucking annoying, man. Okay. Then what we need to do is we need to basically keep these two things right beside each other. And make sure it constantly loops back around. Does this spoil? Luckily, the microcellular plastic bars do not spoil. It seems. So that's a little reprieve. This needs 8 per second. This produces 0.8 per second. Jesus Christ. So what you're telling me is that this is one really fucking slow process. What is the... I did not look the crafting time for this thing. What is the crafting time for this shit? 10 seconds? That's why. Crafting time for this is very, very long. Which means, yeah, you want to speed module the fuck out of this thing. So that brings it up to 2 per second. If I use beacons as well. Make sure that you don't touch. That's unfortunately going to touch there. That's kind of annoying, but whatever. 3.2 per second. Ugh. Man, this recipe just kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it, huh? So this recipe just blows, huh? Like, it just really blows. Like, it really, really blows. That makes me think, then. How do I get better recipes for this? Hmm, 25% productivity on the electrochemical plant's actually pretty good. With 2.5 crafting speed, that's also very good. Okay, I'm just fundamentally curious about one thing. What is something that helps improve that recipe? Is there anything? Sulfonated plastic. Well, that's for a different location. Hmm. I am not seeing anything at all. I ain't finding shit. Interesting. Okay. Oh, shit out of luck there, I guess. God damn it. .7. Okay, let's just get this started and then fucking I have to yap. Although I'll probably turn the game back on if we're looking at the Ritchie Torres shit, to be honest, because it's just a long interview. I don't know if you've seen any clips of that interview, Boy Meets Minnie, but man, Ritchie Torres, huh? I'm becoming fairly convinced that Ritchie Torres is not a human. Bro is the. So I'm trying to think. If I were to just keep constantly recycling trees to make sure that the process keeps going, would there be any consequences to that? And the answer to that is no, because if there are trees that get that run out in the fucking process, again, this is self-sustaining. These will pick up, reinsert the wood back in, make the seeds, and then keep going. So there is no consequence to me doing this whatsoever. Now, reminder, the reason I'm doing this is so we can keep making oxygen, because it's the best way we have to make oxygen, which makes carbon dioxide, which makes more shit, blah, 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 which means we can make the dumbass plastic bars. Not that I need this many trees anyways, who the fuck cares? Fuck the trees, we're putting them into recyclers. Fuck the trees, we're recycling them. Daho, you would never recycle trees now, would you? Oh well. I am now, bastard. I am now, bitch. dioxide. Why am I out of carbon dioxide? Because we're not growing trees enough. We're not growing trees fast enough. This turned out to be too efficient at what it was supposed to do. That is not ideal. That was too good at its job. Right, I forgot. This has carbon dioxide as a byproduct. That's fine, because now we can set up all the circuit logic now. Yeah, what's that? Original order is 0 issues, okay. Pause champion. But I mean, like, can't you do, like, isn't there, like, crazy fucking techniques that you can do in order to make sure that a car stays really, really, like, well-maintained and everything? Toyotas don't die? That's what I hear. That's what I hear as well. What is it that they say? Toyota never die or something? I'm like trying to make a play on words with like Mercy from Overwatch. Man, some of these things do not last very long, I have to say. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, this is gonna be a complete RNG shit show fest. Man, this is gonna suck. This is what I have to say. Jesus. Those things spoil instantly. At least you don't lose the plastic. It just comes back as a piece of plastic, and then you can just do it again. So you don't really lose anything out of the exchange, I suppose. But man, you do not have a lot of time. It makes a suggestion like, oh, perhaps there's better techniques that you can eventually acquire. And it's just like, oh, really? Now, what would those be? Look in the tech tree, see nothing. It's like, alright. I have been led to believe this thing, and now I don't know if it's true or not. So, I am confused, game? I am confusion? Okay, So this is where we're gonna have the buffer chest with the plastic. Now, what we're gonna have to do is essentially use another buffer chest. Kadaho, that means terrible throughput. And you would be correct. Yes, and that's going to be a mechanic that we're going to have to be engaging with on another planet. And it seems like it basically spoils instant-fucking-taneously. Which means you need to take care of that. Like, this shit does not last very... Yeah. 7 fucking seconds of spoil time. That is very, very rapid. I might as well just fucking put them right next to each other then. Like, even the time spent on the belt is too long. So we got this new material called diffused plastic that we now have to fucking work with. And it seems like the mechanic of it is like it will just basically spoil instantaneously, and it's very annoying to work with. It's basically an extra complicated fucking loop for no fucking reason, and it's just annoying because it fucking spoils instantly, which means we need to have it such that it will, well, we needed to get load to have an unlock to make low density space platform foundations. And then we need to make those in order to make the other science pack. Nope. That's not why. It spoils very quickly because what you're doing is literally injecting a bar of plastic with carbon dioxide. It's so stupid. Okay, we're only just I think I'm just gonna have to settle for just having 2 of these fucking machines. Is this material real? Wait. Luckily, the thing itself does not spoil. So, thank God for that, because if it was also capable of spoiling, I would have a fucking fit. I'd be like, God, this is the worst mechanic on the fucking planet. God, this is awful. I hate this so much. God, it is so annoying. So, luckily, it itself also does not spoil. Thank Christ. But I need this for the fucking science pack. Because I need to use it to make low-density fucking space platforms. Yeah, don't be going around praying to fucking RNG Lord, okay? To the lords of RNG, because it's got a set spoil time. It's just it spoils basically instantaneously for some fucking reason. Like after 7 seconds. That is very fucking fast. Means you do not want it on the belt very long, but you also have to make sure that you have it fucking constantly looping back, because if you don't have it loop back, then you have fucking backups. The whole fucking thing backs up, so you do not want it on the belt for very long, or you just do it via direct insertion. However, the process of making this shit is slow. It's got a 10-second crafting time. This has a 1-second crafting time. This takes 10 seconds. And has shit that spoils basically fucking instantly. And it is a 5% chance to get particular fucking rungs. So either, if you get the 1% chance that it spoils fucking instantly, or the 5% chance that it spoils in about a third of a second, sucks to suck, you have Instaplastic. Alright, cool, great, fantastic. Or, you get the one that has the 100%, and it spoils in 7 seconds. So it's just like, okay, cool. So what you have to do then is you have to have a fucking buffer chest. You have to have a fucking buffer chest because you need some coming in order to start the fucking process. So, normally, this is a big no-no. You don't do this. However, with this shit, you don't have a choice. We have to make a circuit saying, hey, if plastic is greater than, let's say, 100, don't do anything. Or less than 100, rather. Do nothing. This doesn't get any logic because we just want it to constantly do the loop. Now, luckily, when the plastic spoils, you don't lose the plastic and it doesn't turn into a useless byproduct. With the mechanic that we're going to be dealing with relatively soon on Gleba, spoilage is basically a completely, utterly useless product. It is basically only good for one thing and one thing only, and that is to burn. That is it. So here's our fucking loop back. Because we have to have the fucking loop back function. Because this, I don't know, this planet is a demon for some reason. People very often say that Gleba is the worst planet. And however, Gleba compensates for how terrible of a fucking planet it is for the fact that it gives the best fucking technology. And that is true. Gleba gives very, very good fucking technology. So for all the arduous pain-in-the-ass nonsense you have to deal with Gleba in particular, what you get out of it is really, really good tech. I can't even say the same for this thing. I don't even know. Because I've already researched it. And we still have other stuff to research with the Exploration Science Pack, is that it is called now. Okay, so we have it insert from this side. If we get fucking lucky enough. Oh, you know what else I also have to fucking consider? I also have to consider the fact that it can spoil in the machine itself while it's crafting. So I also have to take it out and make sure that it comes out of the machine itself if it fucking spoils in the machine. Because that is also a thing that can happen. Yup. We're going to be dealing with that on Gleba constantly. Where it can also spoil inside the machine itself. And you have to have appropriate filtered inserters to take care of that. Oh, this is going to be a very, very common thing that happens specifically on Gleba. Because if you don't, it backs up the machine, and then it doesn't work, because it's backed up with a bunch of bullshit. Do you see how this the spoiling mechanic can be a bit of a pain in the ass? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a bit of a pain in the neck. So we only need one buffer chest. The other chest can be normal. We don't have to change that one. That one can stay normal. Did I forget to mention that this mechanic is kind of annoying? Now, see, here's the thing. With Gleba, the spoilage time on most of the stuff is reasonable. So it's not that big of a pain in the ass. The things that spoil the fastest typically take about 30 seconds to a minute to spoil. That's reasonable, because that can at least allow it for it to be transported on the belt. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Oh, and it's a 1 in 20... it is a 5% chance to get that 1 in 7. Or that 7 second spoilage time. Because otherwise, it's a complete shit show fest. It can range from 0.3 seconds to 7 seconds. Yup. This is a fucking mechanic and a half. Which means it's time for a lot of filtered fucking inserters. To make sure that the belt stays clear, because if it doesn't, then we're fucked. Now, hopefully, the fear, ultimately here, is if it makes too much plastic way too quickly, and the process can't keep up. Then it's going to naturally back up. Which is going to be a fucking problem, because I foresee that this process is going to very easily back up. Oh, God. What a fucking mechanic that has been laid out by fucking Shaitan itself. Jesus. Whoever came up with this is a demon. Because again, I wouldn't, like, listen, the very time, that's fine, okay? That's not that big of a deal. The problem is that it's only 7 seconds. The fact that it is not a very long time. But oh, you can just do direct insertion. Alright, well, you know. Kind of annoying. Probably play Escape from Tarkov. I would not be surprised. Oh, not to mention, also, everything has fucking byproducts, which means you have to fucking loop it back in appropriately. With circuit logic. There's circuit logic that has to be employed with everywhere in this particular fucking process. See how some of it just instantaneously fucking spoiled? Just don't get bad RNG, forehead. So, the fact that this is steadily climbing up, by the way, is not good. I forgot, I didn't have the fucking inserter. So yeah, this buffer chest right here, steadily climbing up, is not a good thing, by the way. Basically, as soon as you make this shit, you better make sure you fucking use it instantly. You use it, you fucking make it, you gotta start fucking making use of it. Immediately. Otherwise, the whole process backs up. Oh, man. What a fucking mechanic. Oh, God, bro. Luckily, the final product doesn't spoil. So we don't have to deal with that bullshit. Thank God. Because if it did, that would be really fucking annoying. And like I said before, the reason why we have to do this is for the fucking science pack. The exploration science pack requires low density space platforms, which apparently for your ships have double the speed and half the weight. Now, I've talked about the mechanic before in terms of speed for ships. Weight doesn't matter. It doesn't contribute for the speed of your ship. Now, if they've made it such that it does contribute, then that's a little interesting. It's like, okay, so my ships can now go twice as fast because I'm using this lighter weighted structure instead of the standard space platforms. The recipe for making the platforms is actually a pretty decent recipe. Now, it's pretty plastic heavy because it needs low density structures. However, in terms of ratios for space platform to low density space platform, it's a 1 to 2. Okay. That's pretty good. Problem is of course it takes low density structures, which is pretty plastic heavy. And if we know anything about this fucking goddamn moon, plastic, kind of difficult to come by. Not because of, you know, the actual process of making plastic itself. The cellulose recipe is twice as expensive in comparison to the normal recipe for plastic. 2 coal, 4 cellulose. So it's twice as expensive in terms of material. However, it's an infinite material, so it's permissible, more permissible in that particular respect, because the process for growing trees is a self-sustaining loop. The problem becomes the fact that growing trees kind of sucks, and as a result of how much it sucks to grow trees, the recipe to make, of course, petroleum gas and chemical processing also fucking sucks. We only make about 60 petroleum gas per second. That's dog shit. It's terrible. Even for the meager plastic setup that I have, I need about 360 petroleum gas per second. So it's terrible. I'm not fucking replicating that shit 6 times. Fuck that. Absolutely not. It's not feasible. Even with the amount of production that I have. Even if it was beaconed, I think it would just not... It would still suck. And the ratios would be off. So I would have to fix the ratios as well. So the process for making petroleum on this planet is dog shit. So this fact that this shit is very plastic heavy is dog shit, because petroleum rather fucking limited, because the ways to produce it suck. And they suck a lot. But anyway, we have to fucking yap about stuff. Okay, I keep putting the Gamer Nexus stuff on the fucking back burner. Do I want to listen to the... I'm going to listen to the entire Adam Friedland fucking interview. Fuck it. I keep putting the Gamer Nexus stuff on the fucking back burner. God damn it. I was just not expecting to have to fucking do this shit. Oh, Boy Meets Mini. Have you seen on fucking YouTube dashboard... Because I guess there was like an update that they fucking implemented to the YouTube Studio dashboard, I guess. And they decided to be like, oh, this person's publicly subscribed to you. And you could see basically everyone who is, I guess, publicly subscribed to you, I suppose. I don't know if you've seen it. But it's just like, man, I see these random people who says publicly subscribed to you. It's just like, why? It's like, why are these people who are defending Asmongold and Tectone publicly subscribed to me? This seems a little off. But the person who said, like, this is a good video is not. Or maybe they aren't. I don't even know. Oh, the right-wing VTuber fans just learned about the fucking de minimis stuff. Uh-oh. They just learned about the de minimis shipping exemption that Trump just got rid of. Hey, hey, Americans, are you ready to pay a fucking $80 tariff on literally anything you fucking order? Because that's what it is. It's a fucking $80 flat import tax. Fucking idiots. Yep, they fucking voted for this shit. Dude, the fact that they played Rey Mysterio's theme when they were revealing Mega Halucha, it's good. It's good. It's very funny. They knew what they were fucking doing when they designed that shit. Okay, I'm gonna go grab water, bathroom, blah 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 blah, all that shit. Alright, we're back. First learned about this de minimis loophole when Temu took off. Well, it's exactly what they use in order to have as cheap of products, to flood the American market with cheap products. Now, obviously, the purpose of Trump doing this is so he can, well, we're gonna incentivize people to, well, buy American and make American. But I've already talked about why that's fucking stupid. That's not gonna fucking work on all the treatler dipshits that fucking exist within America, who are most fucking people, right? They fucking love to eat, to have the cheap fucking Chinese fucking slop. They love that shit. So the idea that it's just like, oh yeah, bro, we're totally gonna do a great job in all this fucking shit. It's just like, dog, you getting rid of the fucking de minimis loophole is probably the stupidest shit you can fucking do. Like, everyone's going to have a riot and is going to completely lose their fucking shit. In terms of, like, having to pay $80 tariffs on, like, literally everything. So, who's ready for Trump's approval rating to go down, 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 down? Oh, exactly. Like, the just doing the, like, we talked about this before. Just doing the forehead tariffs is fucking stupid. It's incredibly fucking dumb. right-wing VTuber fan. Just remember, this wouldn't be happening if Canada's idiotic prime minister would work with the US to curb the amount of fentanyl and other deadly drugs coming over the border. Dude! Are you... 0.2% of the fentanyl in the US comes through fucking Canada, dude. That's mostly the southern border, baby. Oh, God. God, that's so fucking funny. You know what? I'll talk about the fucking de minimis shit. Fuck it. It's funny. Make a quick one out of it. Just do two quick ones and then... Oh, man, bro. God, that's so fucking funny. So I was thinking about also looking at some of the rights shit talking about the fucking shooter, but that's so fucking boring. It's all gonna be the exact same stuff. Trans is a trans, so therefore, obviously left-wing fucking shooter, blah blah blah. It's just like boring. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go through the whole fucking Adam Friedland interview with Ritchie Torres. Oh, people did about 2 million Ting Blue raids? Huh. I was apprehensive on Ting Blue getting enough raids for the fucking shiny because of the fact that Ting Blue is incredibly bulky. Very bulky. That man Ting Blue does not go down to much of anything. Like, we even saw, when I was playing Emerald Imperium, the thing tanked a fucking, a water spout from Kyogre. Primal Kyogre. That is one of the strongest hits in the fucking game. It lived. It barely lived, but it lived. How? Vessel of Ruin. It's a really good ability. Really good. And Tinglu has one of the highest HP stats in the game. It's like 5th highest, 6th highest. It's below Snorlax, 154. Snorlax is 160.
Wrong.
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
That's true. I am getting more based by the day.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. Why did you lose subscribers? Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
The funniest thing is that this is coming from a dude called Blue Lives Matter 942. I don't think you have to ban them, right? They came in, used their 300 points. I guess I need to put a cooldown on fucking Blurp. That's one thing I probably should have done. Mostly because I was considering that maybe, you know, people would be like normal. Yeah, they didn't type anything in chat. They just spammed a bunch of fucking noises. If they get fucking annoying about it, then you get rid of them. I think they're gone. I don't think they're here anymore. No, that's just my fault for not putting the fucking timer on. Because I think you can put a timer on Blurp. I just didn't want to because I didn't know how long. Like, I was just like, well, how long of a fucking delay can you put on fucking... Is it good to put on Blurp? Should it be short like 10 seconds? Should it be long like a minute? It's free. You can spam it as much as you want. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, but they didn't tap anything in chat. They're not being stupid and annoying. Like, I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Listen, if they want to make the argument about, you know, being pro-cop or something, it'll give me a little bit of entertainment.
Fake news.
Fake news. I can debate you with my father. What does that mean? Oh, you want to make it a 2v1? What do you even want to talk about? I mean, I'm about to do some fucking shit and it's late. Like, what do you even want to talk about? No, this is a debate channel, Boy Meets Mini. I love debating people. Israel, Palestine. We will win within 3 minutes. We will. You seem low IQ. Okay, sure. Sure. Israel, Palestine? Easy. Exclamation mark Discord. Join a voice channel. We can get started. You want to debate about Israel, Palestine. You say slurs or anything, you're fucking getting insta-gibbed. Don't give a shit. Alright, join a voice channel, I'll drag you in. Let's go. Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, not much. What's up with you, bud?
My father's joining. You just give me a second.
Sure. No, they left the VC. No, I guess the father's here. And they're back. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. What's up with you, my Deuterino?
What's up, buddy?
What's up with you? I'm saying what's up with you, dude.
Oh, I'm gonna violate you, man.
Oh, okay, sure.
You look like an Israeli. You look like an Israeli.
I look like an Israeli.
Yeah.
All right. Seems like a very strange pejorative, but sure. Whatever. Wonder why you're saying that. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How's everything?
Oh, you know, an impromptu debate, I suppose, about Israel-Palestine. So,
Okay.
That's what it is.
You want to start, Dad?
Sure. What, like, you just said it's about Israel-Palestine. What do you have to say?
I said Dad, not Da.
Okay, sure.
You gotta listen a little closer.
Okay, like, what's your argument? Like, what do you have to say? That's what I'm asking. What do you got?
Ask my dad first,
About what?
and he's gonna explain
Okay.
his side.
Okay, then he
Dad,
can
are you
start
there?
explaining.
So it's my belief that the Jews are
Mine too.
owed that land.
The Jews are owed the land, like
Yeah.
of Israel, basically.
Yes.
That they have
Yep.
that they have a right.
I think the whole entire Middle East, to be honest.
So you believe in the
On
Great
a-
Israel Project, basically?
On a contingency policy, though. Only on a contingency policy.
Contingency policy. What does that mean?
Correct.
I would like to see more starving children.
Oh, you would like to see more starving children. Why is that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Why?
because of October 8th or September 8th.
You mean October 7th when Hamas did their original attack? Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah.
So do you really believe that children should suffer the consequences for the deal that was struck specifically by President Trump, which forced Hamas in the political position of having to do an October 7th, seemingly to try to break out of, well, essentially the chokehold that they were put in? Like,
With my heart, yes.
Correct.
so
yep.
you're just okay with war crimes? You think that children should suffer
Yes.
for that? Okay, then you people are
It's not a
fucking
war crime.
monsters. It is a war crime. Absolutely.
No, it's not.
Starving and bombing children? Non-combatants? What, do you think that every child within the Gaza Strip is a combatant?
Yes.
No, they're all future terrorists
How do you know they're all going to be future terrorists?
because they're Muslim.
Really? So, okay, so we're just going to do the 3 IQ racist bit? Because they're Muslim, they're going to be terrorists?
I'm not racist.
That's exactly
Well-
how racists think, my friend.
Well, racist is actually hating on a specific race.
Yeah, you're hating on
You hate-
Muslims, and you are using a pejorative attack against them, saying that they are
I'm using a
all
statistic.
terrorists.
I'm using a
because they are
statistic.
Muslim.
So if I see a black person entering my store, I'm going to assume he's going to steal. That's why I'm going to watch him closely. That's not being racist.
That is being racist.
I'm taking
because
precautionary
not every
measures
single black
to make sure he
person
doesn't
is
steal.
Going to inherently steal, you fucking moron.
I didn't say that. I think
No,
I
that's
said they're
literally what you
more
just
likely to steal.
Well, yeah, that is a
That's what
racist
I'm gonna-
belief.
Yeah.
That's a
No,
racist
it's a
belief.
statistic.
That is.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
it
Dad,
is.
are you? All right.
The reason why
sorry then.
black people are more likely to steal, quote unquote, is because they are systemically disenfranchised. Like, that's why they are impoverished inherently. That's why they're more likely to steal, because poverty very often leads to crime. Pretty simple.
But they get government
And
assistance.
statistically, they're also like genetically closer to monkeys.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like, what, monkeys steal in the wild? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Could you elaborate? Nothing?
Yo, could you elaborate?
Yeah, could you elaborate? What do you mean? Like, are monkeys more likely to fucking steal because they're in the wild? As far as
Yes.
I can tell, animals don't really have the concept of the morality of stealing. They don't really engage with that because they're fucking...
Yeah, they just take what they want.
Yeah, because
They're
it's
low
just like-
IQ.
Really? Is that...
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
they're
no,
low
they
IQ.
just take what they want. That's exactly what we're saying. That's why black people are more inclined to do that, to exhibit the same type of behaviors because they just take what they want.
That doesn't make any
They have no
morality.
sense. Like, why would they do... Why would they just take
Yeah,
what
can
they
I
want?
hear that? How do
Never-
we end up on this topic? We were just talking about Palestine, Israel.
That's a really good question. How did we end up on this fucking topic?
So we could still talk
I
about
don't
this
know.
topic. I don't mind. I mean, we keep going.
Oh, okay.
So if I name a car right now, if I just name a random car, so Chrysler 300, who's driving?
I don't,
Tinted windows.
I don't fucking know. Like, it could be anyone.
Come on, man.
Like,
Dodge
2022
Charger.
Scat
what
Pack.
the fuck does that mean?
Dodge-
Dodge
2022
Charger
Scat Pack.
Scat Pack.
Who's driving?
What relevance does this have to anyone? Like, people get
I'm-
advertised.
I'm trying to prove a
particular
point.
vehicles. Yeah,
I'm trying to
that's
prove a
not-
point.
That's not a fucking point, you fucking moron. What are you talking about?
You call me a racist?
You-
Fucking idiot! You're so stupid. Shut up.
No, you fucking
Me?
shut the fuck up. This is my fucking.
No,
stream.
he's
If I
talking
wanna-
to me.
No, I'm
If
talking
I-
to him.
If
I'm
I
on your
want-
side.
You're
I'm on your side. Yeah,
Sorry, Dad.
I'm calling GBV a fucking idiot.
Oh, okay, gotcha. This is a little confusing. But like, what relevance?
Yeah, calm
does this
down,
have?
alright?
Why does that fucking matter? I don't understand.
I was just
Explain
proving a
yourself,
point.
idiot.
I was just proving a point.
What's your
'Cause he-
point,
'cause-
moron?
Like, that's what's the point? That's what I'm asking.
My point is,
People-
he called me
people-
racist because he called me racist because if a black person walks in my store, I spectate him closer
That is a racist
because he's
belief.
black.
Because black.
Are you
and
third-personing
I'm
him?
saying the reason why that
Yes,
is
I'm in
racist-
creative mode.
And I'm saying it is racist to believe that because black people are not predisposed to fucking stealing or doing crime.
They're
That's
not.
fucking stupid. That is.
They're
just
future
dumb.
felons.
How do you know that?
Out of the womb, they're most likely to be future felons.
How do you know that?
It's a statistic.
How do you know?
I look at statistics.
What statistics?
Census.
Like what?
And genetically,
Census.
they're just closer to animals.
That doesn't like. We
Yeah.
just got back to this fucking stupid shit. Like, no, it's not because they're genetically closer to animals. Like, I've already told you what the fucking problem is. Black people in the United States of
Prove it.
America are systemically disenfranchised. What, redlining, slavery, the failures of Reconstruction? Like,
I'm an anti-abolitionist. Me myself,
You're also a
I'm
fucking
actually an
idiot.
anti-abolitionist.
okay, so
You're a
Why?
jackass.
Okay, so you're okay with slavery. Okay, you're a slaver. Fucking weirdo.
No, I'm not a slave.
Weirdo.
I never said.
Idiot.
I never said I'm okay
you
with
just
slavery.
you just said that you're anti-abolitionist. Do you know
They-
what the abolitionist
they went about it
movement
wrong.
was?
Yeah, it's when they abolished,
Mhm.
slavery. But
Yes. So being anti-abolitionist.
I'm
would
against the
mean-
way they did it
Really?
because
What,
they
like,
just
what
freed
were
them
they-
outright.
Wait, what else were they supposed to do? Like, I don't know, wave a little magical wand and then the
No.
plantations would go away? Like, what the fuck are you talking
No.
about? No, that has to be enforced by law, idiot. Like, what are you talking about?
Calm down, man. I feel like
Hmm?
they should put some limits on them. Because they just fucking freed them. They can't just free them for 100. Because
It's like calculus.
they're
You
gonna
need,
have
an
the
upper
same rights
limit,
to
you
me.
need an upper bound and a lower bound.
Exactly.
You know,
See?
like a lower limit and upper limit.
That's
That's called the
fucking
quadratic
stupid.
formula.
What, you
No, it's
wanna
not.
You want to means test liberation from slavery? Is that what you want? What, black
No,
people
I'm
are supposed
saying-
to get to a fucking particular threshold or something? What does that mean?
No, because black people were slaves, so they don't know how to operate normally as fucking humans. So I'm saying we should put some limits on the on the blacks.
What are you fucking
We can't just let 'em
talking
free.
about?
Because we set them free. They have the same rights as me.
Yeah, and
That shouldn't happen.
you are aware of the concept of a rising tide raises all ships, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you should also give the same rights to fucking black people if you want them to be fair participants within society.
Well, they can't participate with the like my dad said, they're animals.
They're not animals, they are human beings. That means we're all fucking animals. Like, what does that fucking matter? Like,
I'm
what
not
does
an
that mean?
animal.
Oh, I'm sure. What, you're not
I
an
can think for
animal?
myself. They
So
can't.
can black people.
I can.
Anyone can fucking think
Well-
for themselves if you have consciousness. You
Well-
can think for yourself. People can do that.
Well, we got.
Well, they have short-term
like-
memory because they're closer
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Why does that matter? That doesn't matter. We're all like 2% off of being fucking monkeys. This is stupid.
Well, genetically, they're like they have shorter-term memories.
So?
Except for Phil Ivey and Tiger Woods. So there's an exception of 2.
Oh, okay. Wow, you found
Yeah,
some
Phil Ivey's the man.
exceptions. Like, why does that fucking matter? Again, this is
Because they're smarter than average. They, if Phil Ivey actually had white parents and Tiger Woods, also white parents,
You have no
that-
fucking proof of
that plays a different role.
Like, the proof
I have
that
proof.
they have shorter term okay, then what's the proof that they have fucking shorter term memories? Like, white people
They're monkeys.
are more predisposed to getting sunburnt because of the lack of melanin. Like, what do you mean? We're more predisposed to getting skin cancer because of lack of melanin, right? People of different
I've-
fucking races and ethnicities are going to be more predisposed to different things because of environmental factors. That's
That
what that means.
Are you asking for like induction proofs or like mathematical proofs, or are we just talking like proofs in like the general concept,
Of like what, just the shorter term,
like a contrapositive or a contradictive proof by contradictive,
I'm just
or
looking for a study.
I've studied.
Really? Okay, post it.
Yep.
What's the
Let
study?
me pull it up. I can't find it anymore, but I was looking at it last month.
Oh, you can't find it. You were looking at it.
I was
last
looking at it
month.
last
That's
month.
Very, very convenient of you to say. So bullshit. Okay, nice meme.
Well, I don't.
Are we going? Let's go back to Israel Palestine. I don't give a shit about.
Okay, let's go back to Israel Palestine.
Like, you're just saying
Yeah,
a bunch
so-
of nonsense, and you're just a dumbass.
No.
Racist. Yeah, you are.
No, these are actually all
Israel-Palestine.
proven
Let's go.
studies. These are all proven studies.
Yeah, you
Dad,
don't
so what do you have
it
to say
on
about
you.
Israel Palestine?
So you don't have it on you. Okay, cool, fantastic.
Okay, prove to me that they're not monkeys. Prove it.
They're humans.
Thank you.
What, like, I'm not gonna prove your stupid negative. That's fucking stupid.
All right.
It's a logical fallacy. Get the fuck out of here. It's nonsense.
Dad, so what do you think about Israel Palestine? Because this guy's low IQ trait.
Very funny coming from the dude who tried to fucking just make the argument about black people being predisposed to crime. Okay, buddy.
I didn't say that. That was my dad.
well, I have a proof.
Mhm.
I found the proof I was looking for. What do you want me to paste it?
Uh,
Um,
just post
you can just put it in general chat.
I just put it in the general chat.
Yeah, just in general chat.
It's fine.
I think that's the one I'm looking. Yep, that's the same one I was looking for.
Nice. Big dick size. Fantastic. It's not on screen. Like, that's cool. Alright. You people have been here for fucking long enough. I don't care. You people... Alright. Bye-bye. Alright. Very cool. We'll have to eat the VOD, I suppose. I don't even know what the fuck they said. That was very stupid and dumb. Alright. That was, That was interesting. Alright. I'll be back. I'm gonna stop streaming. Well, you know, at least it was interesting. I guess. God. Okay, let me get rid of the FOD real quick first. Alright, let's refresh that. Let's delete that fucking FOD. Now the VOD isn't fucking showing up. Ugh, that's annoying. I hate it when it does that. Oh, they're fucking typing in the chat again. Get the fuck out of here, weirdo. Bye-bye. Damn, saying a bunch of racial slurs in the Discord. Bye-bye. Bro fucking came back in. Very cool. And ban. Alright. Well, that was entertaining. I guess.
Why are you gay? That's a bunch of malarkey.
It's the Blue Lives Matter guy. Ban him. Take him out, Boy Meets Mini. I'm permanent. Get him out of here. That was something. That was something. I'll have to eat the VOD because Twitch is being fucking stupid. I'll eat it after this. Right, I was looking for one more thing. Where's the, Oh, there's a specific link that I want to find. It's on the White House website about, listen, it's fucking stupid. Like, do companies fucking appeal to different people based off of certain demographics with their marketing campaigns? Yeah, sure. Like, whatever. That doesn't mean that that a person's going to inherently drive a particular fucking car. It's just stupid. Like, 'cause there's no correlation. well, did you know that black people are more predisposed to driving a particular kind of Chrysler? It's like, sure, man. White House trade policy. So dumb. It's a specific link that I need to find. America First trade policy. And yeah, you missed the racists. Not in chat, but they hopped onto a little fucking call. It was well, you're not gonna catch the VOD because they said a bunch of slurs, so the VOD's gonna be fucking yeeted. Well, the Twitch VOD at the very least. I mean, the YouTube VOD's still there. It's just it's so dumb, dude. Yeah, the dude was just spamming the N-word, so that was it. Yeah, Tesla, yeah, must be Indian or something. It's so dumb. God, there's a specific White House, I think, thing on tariffs, which specifically outlines a bunch of different shit, like exact like numbers and stuff. It's what I'm trying to find, but I can't fucking find the link. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Like the thing that I mentioned earlier with the $80 tariff, well, flat tariff on, I think it's orders that are beneath the particular threshold. I don't remember what exactly it is, but I think it's like $10, $15 or some shit. With the purpose of it being fairly simple, it's meant to like crack down on like Temu slop. Yeah, you have a good one, Zane. I'm just gonna look up the de minimis. De minimis. Oh, really? The tariff exemption just expired. How US shoppers will be hit as tariff exemption hits. That's what it is. This just got implemented, huh? What day is it today? The 29th? I don't remember anything about any particular tariff exemption being on the 29th. Do you know, Boy Meets Mini? I don't even know. Whatever. And that fucking impromptu nonsense really derailed everything. It was, you know, it's fun though. It's new. It's an experience. Don't pay attention. Well, it's not the factorio. No. Okay, we're gonna fucking stop that. I keep putting the Gamer Nexus stuff on the fucking goddamn back burner when I really don't want to, because it's actually very interesting what happened in that particular case. I want to take a look into it, but I'm doing too much shit. I keep procrastinating too much. Gotta get my booster. That's true. Let me just do my nose spritz real quick. No fucking what is it? Time to get your booster. You know, any boosters? Ugh. All right. RFK Jr. announcing new limits on who can get COVID vaccines, even as Stratus variant surges. So I guess that's the new variant of COVID that's deciding to show up. Stratus. Like Elemental Hero Stratos. I'm sorry, I made a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. I'm so sorry about that. Patients must now see a doctor before getting vaccinated instead of booking directly at a pharmacy. So I guess the whole idea here with RFK Jr. is that he just wants to make it even more difficult in order to just get fucking vaccines by deciding to go ahead with like a unnecessary third-party middleman. Okay, I don't want to say that like a doctor's like an unnecessary third-party middleman in this particular case, but I don't know how else to really say this in particular with what he's trying to do here. We all know why he's doing this. He has like a particular conniption with mRNA fucking vaccinations and vaccines because, I don't know, he's a conspiracy theorist who has an express interest of trying to push as much anti-vaccine conspiracism as possible for, well, the express purpose of being able to sell books. Quick reminder, of course, RFK Jr., the most healthiest looking man on the planet, looking like a fucking beet red tomato, probably with the amount of fucking HGH this man does. Trust me, if you know, you know. He, the most healthy man, can only say this, I don't know, complete utter nonsense. He has like, he was a former head, this is where I was going. He was a former head of a children's anti-vaccine organization, right? Like, we can just look it up real quick. RFK Anti-Vaccine Organization. I just don't remember the name of the vaccine because I'm really bad with names. Children's Health Defense, American 501c nonprofit activist group, mainly known for anti-vaccine advocacy, and is one of the main sources of misinformation on vaccines. One of the arch misinformation peddlers coming from RFK Jr. Very, very cool and excellent. Despite the fact that this guy has also been constantly saying, like, well, you know, I personally am okay with the measles vaccine. You know, I don't believe them. I think he's lying when he says that. So that's cool. That's excellent. That is basically RFK Jr. is mandating it to become more difficult to get COVID vaccines because of whatever stupid, idiotic vaccine conspiracism he believes in. Whatever. As expected from fucking RFK Jr., he's okay with children dying. And you know, more so on the topic of children dying and how much RFK Jr. despises children. Keep in mind, there's been a pretty big increase of fucking measles cases ever since this guy decided to come into office, or was appointed to office, basically. And he decided to be like, hey, you know what's a good idea? Vitamin A supplements. And kids have been dying due to vitamin A overdoses trying to deal with measles. But what do we have here? Looking at kids as I walk through airports today, and I see these kids are overloaded with mitochondrial challenges. What the fuck does that mean? Like, is it because they're fat? Listen, we all know the mitochondria is the fucking powerhouse of the cell. Listen, if you know anything about if you know anything about high school and shit like that, that's what they taught with like cell anatomy and like science classes or stuff. If you know, you know. What we got here?
And I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airport.
I want to have a quick reminder. This is the exact same dude who basically took his kids to a stream filled with fucking poop water and had them fucking swim in that stream. Yeah, this guy is a very, very good judge on being able to tell on if your kids are healthy or not. Totally, man.
Today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection.
What does he mean by faces, movements, and like bloating and inflammation? Like, first off, what the fuck is mitochondrial challenges? Like, dude, just call them fucking fat and autistic or something, or some shit. Like, is that what? Because that's what he wants to actually fucking say. Because again, whatever, like this is complete fucking nonsense. It's bullshit, obviously. Like, just call them like fat and autistic instead. Like, that would be way fucking easier instead of, I don't know, kowtowing it in this like stupid, dumb fucking language. Like what the fuck does it mean? Mitochondrial challenges. Movements in their faces. What? Just call them fucking little chubby pudgy faces. Like what do you mean? Mitochondria has DNA. I think he's saying they have genetic defects. Oh, so like the fascist that he fucking is, he believes that anyone with I don't know, health problems are on automatic like genetic aberrants and should probably not be fucking dealt with. Very, very cool. I mean, you know, like, what else are we really supposed to say here? Besides, these are coming from the collection of dudes who basically believe that if you are autistic, if you are mentally unwell in any way, shape, or form, that if you are not able to contribute to the state as a result of your mental illness, you become a burden to the fucking state. Because again, for these motherfuckers, these fascists, these dipshits, all that matters to them, fundamentally speaking, is how much you can contribute to the state. It's real fucking fascist Nazi hour tier shit when it comes to like whatever idiotic nonsense that morons like RFK Jr. like to fucking constantly peddle. Complete utter fucking nonsense from this dude. World's healthiest man, RFK Jr.
Many such cases, folks. He's so healthy. He's one of the healthiest. Let me tell you, folks. Very healthy.
All shipments originating from Canada will face a flat 35% tariff. Oof. By the way, the people that called in was probably RFK with a AI voice changer. I'd believe it. I believe it. Well. More tariff news with, well, I suppose something called the de minimis exception. So, from what I understand, from the sort of very, very quick tertiary knowledge that I have acquired about the de minimis exception, basically the de minimis exception is the reason as to why like companies like Temu and I never remember all of the other like sort of like drop shipping sort of like cheap China manufactured, well, cheap goods and slop that people love to constantly order. There's like another one that's very, very commonly cited, but Temu is the main one that people think of automatically. But generally speaking, there was an exception that they would use with tariffs, which allowed them to very, very easily, I suppose, flood the U.S. market with a lot of very, very cheap goods. And basically, there was an exception to tariff rates if a order did not exceed a certain amount of money. Because let's be honest here. If you were charged, let's say, I don't know how like shipping prices from like fucking China to the US. I guess it depends. Let's say you paid for an item that's about $20 and you were slapped with a surcharge that is more than what you paid for, right? Let's say it's like $40. You would not be very, very happy about that. You'd be like, why the fuck am I paying like triple the price for this $20 thing that I ordered from fucking Temu? Like, what the fuck is this? The de minimis exception was the thing that was, well, in place to sort of take care of that. So instead of that getting like, I don't know, a ridiculous fucking import tax to shit, so you wouldn't have to pay basically like double the amount for what you ordered, the de minimis exception was just like, fuck it, whatever. Like, who the fuck cares about that stuff? So, Crazy. It's happening to Face Connect, I believe, is a VTuber organization, right? The only reason why I'm, I guess, focusing on this in particular is because this is where I heard from it. This is the first thing that I saw about it, unironically. So what? All shipments to the U.S. must now clear customs. The shipments originating from Canada will face a flat 35% tariff. Oh, is he actually putting in the fucking tariffs that he keeps saying that he's delaying on constantly? Is this it? Okay, cool, fantastic. As a result of this change and to avoid imposing unreasonable duty charges on both our customers and the store, we will be pausing all orders and shipments to the U.S. Man, those right-wing VTuber fans who more than likely all voted for Trump are not going to be particularly happy about this, huh? Very, very cool. I remember I saw a post of someone saying that, this wouldn't have happened if Canada's dogshit prime minister just took care of the fentanyl on the border. It's just like, dog, like 0.2% of fentanyl in the U.S. came through from fucking Canada. It is irrelevant. Most of the fentanyl that comes in to the U.S. is from the fucking southern border. Complete utter fucking nonsense. It's so fucking stupid. Pre-order periods for current and upcoming drops will be extended to compensate for the lost time. During this pause, we are actively working with multiple logistics partners to identify a sustainable path forward and aim to regular service as soon as possible. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and delays, yada, yada, yada. Very, very cool. So, as expected, we all know why the de minimis exception got revoked by Trump, because for whatever reason, he thinks that he wants the United States of America to basically be an export economy similar to China and just have the Americans, manufacture a bunch of fucking cheap goods, which is, I don't know, really fucking stupid. Honestly, it is honestly probably the dumbest fucking shit on the planet. Like, there's a reason why a lot of manufacturing for simple materials like, say, nuts and bolts, random fucking example, basically got outsourced to mostly Southeast Asia and China. It's because of given how the American economy transitioned, right, into sort of a more tech sector, very heavy tech-focused economy. You don't really want to have your highly educated populace sitting on a factory room floor just making nuts and fucking bolts. You would rather, because of how strong the U.S. economy is, you can just outsource that and just have another population be able to work on that. Now, I'm not saying that this is a good or a bad thing, right? There's no fucking particular prescription of that. Obviously, it is bad because of the fundamental exploitative nature and relationship that is on display here, obviously, because a lot of labor regulations within the countries that, as previously mentioned, in Southeast Asia are not going to be as good as that within the U.S. Again, grain of fucking salt. Ultimately, even whatever labor protections that do exist in the U.S. are threadbare at best. But in those places, they're going to be much worse. And also, not to mention a lot of safety regulations as well. OSHA regulations, different factory room floor regulations. Take your fucking pick. There's 17 trillion different things you can say about this. Duh, obviously. So, we all know why Trump is doing this in particular. He wants to just make cheap goods in the U.S. instead, which also doesn't make a lot of sense because a lot of U.S. workers are not going to want to do these particular this particular kind of work. I have to ask conservatives this. Do you really believe for even 3 fucking seconds that a dude with a cozy corporate office job is going to want to go work on a factory room floor? Yeah, I personally fucking doubt it. So the idea that the U.S. is supposed to be this new sort of export manufacturing economy and this transition that's being done, and I would honestly argue probably the laziest, most stupid way possible is very, very fucking silly. But let's see what we can learn a little bit more about the de minimis exception. How U.S. shoppers will be hit as tariff exemption ends. The U.S. has pulled the rug on a long-time-running global tariff exemption that has been widely used by buyers of low-cost goods. From Friday, imports valued at $800 or less will no longer be duty-free and will face tighter customs checks. Oh, so that's the fucking sort of, I suppose, threshold. Because that's what I was particularly interested in. $800 or less? Most fucking orders online are not going to be hitting $800. They're going to be pretty fucking cheap. So say, like, with the $20 example that I mentioned earlier, from what I understand, Trump wants to implement a particular policy that says, oh, if you're paying this amount on a order, there's going to be a flat $80 fucking tariff fee that's also going to be slapped on that. And the de minimis exception was the thing that was not allowing that particular policy to be fucking implemented. Well, with the de minimis exception gone, well, guess you're gonna have to pay an extra $80 fucking dollars. Because again, Trump doesn't understand how tariffs work. He doesn't understand that it is a tax on the buyer, on the fucking consumer, ultimately. And we can also talk about, like, how companies can easily, you know, front load those fucking $80 or whatever to a certain extent. Eventually, they're going to raise products on their products. You know, I'm not sure if it's a $10 thing. It's now $90 kind of a deal, Alex. I was trying to find the White House sort of policy on this. I wasn't able to fucking find it, but they have something on this where it talks about there's going to be a flat $80 fucking tariff fee on basically any particular good that doesn't reach a certain fucking threshold. It's going to be subject to a flat $80 fucking tax, basically, which is insane because the people who are going to have to pay for that are, well, it's going to be the consumers. But as I was saying, so companies and corporations can easily, like, take the $80 to the chin to a particular extent, right? Corporations, companies have to produce certain things in the U.S. or whatever, like more advanced products, let's say, that only the U.S. has the facilities for. Let's say, you know, for the sake of what we're going with here, they're gonna have to be paying a lot more fucking money on those particular goods or items. Now, obviously, if it's getting over the threshold, then there's not going to be the flat tax, but, you know, this is just a random fucking example. Eventually, it's going to get to the point where they're only going to take the losses on the chin for so long that eventually they're going to furlough those losses onto the fucking consumer. And they're just going to have to pay more in for whatever goods that they're trying to purchase in particular. You know, whether it be like, I don't know, let's say a book, maybe some food. Well, some food wouldn't be shipped across from, like, China or whatever. Like, anything that comes in from, like, Amazon. Anything that's, like, manufactured. Like, furniture, for example. A lot of furniture tends to come from China. Or, like, cheaper electronic goods. Like, say, TVs and stuff like that. There's going to have to be a flat fee on that every single time. Which is ridiculous. Last year, almost 1.4 billion packages worth a total of more than $64 billion entered America without being charged duties under a rule called the de minimis exception, according to U.S. Customs. Experts say President Trump's policy change will hit small businesses hardest, and shoppers should brace for higher prices and fewer options, at least until the dust settles. Makes sense that it's small businesses that are going to be the main people that are affected by this. Because, generally speaking, they're not going to be the ones that are going to be importing as much stuff in bulk, right? They don't have to pay as, like, they're not going to be paying as much because they don't have the warehouses, for example, to store all of that bulk material, to stockpile all that stuff to make particular products and shit like that. They don't have the, say, exact same sort of, like, suppliers as well, right? Like, it's going to be a little different. Yeah, like, you ordering all those fucking spices from, like, India and shit, Boy Meets Mini, well, de minimis exception, you would have had to pay more for that. Believe it or not a lot of that stuff comes through Canada. It's the flat amount, so it's the 35% rate is on us in Canada specifically, right? So if, let's say, they try to go around it through bringing it into Canada and then shipping it through Canada, well, there's going to be the flat 35% tariff rate to basically compensate for that. So, you know, that making the economy worse because nice meme. I've reached the point of acceptance, but when I first heard the news about 3 weeks ago, I felt like it might be the end of my business, said Catherine Theobald's, founder and creative director of Buenos Aires based shoe brand Xiaozu. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. It might still be, that remains to be seen. What's the de minimis rule? De minimis is a Latin term that broadly translates to about the smallest things, often used in legal context to describe matters too trivial to merit concern. The de minimis exception was introduced in 1938 to avoid the expense of collecting only small amounts of import duties in the U.S. Oh, that's a really good point. The amount of, listen, for all the complete utter nonsense that the Trump administration and conservatives talk about small government and red tape and bureaucratic sort of bureaucracy, I suppose, getting in the way of being able to have more effective, I suppose, market fluidity or whatever. Do you know just how much bureaucracy that is now going to have to be done, and how much number writing and note writing and everything that has to be done, and spreadsheets that have to be made in order to keep track of all this stuff, specifically by, U.S. Customs? It's gonna be fucking insane. Because people order just small stuff from, say, differing places around the world through Amazon, Shein was the other company, and Temu, all the fucking time. It's going to be insane the amount of stuff that has to be just, I don't know, written down and be okay, there was a duty on this particular item, okay, there was one on this item, custom on this item, blah, 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 you know? The rules threshold rose over the years, allowing e-commerce firms and global retailers that ship small packages to the U.S. to thrive. The exemption was often associated with companies like Chinese e-commerce giants Shein and Temu, which delivered American cheap goods that could be quickly shipped from the manufacturing source, with no warehouse stock or associated overhead costs. Right, basically making it such that they don't have to pay as much money in, say, differing import taxes or fees or shipping costs, typically, to, not have to basically have a bunch of stuff in stock because they can just ship it directly, right? This is going to wreck China's economy too. Oh, for sure. That's probably the biggest reason why he's trying to do this in particular, is he wants to go after China's economy. So there's a little bit of geopolitical positioning here. The problem is that everyone's going to suffer the consequences because of this, right? Broadly speaking, everyone's not going to be really, really happy about this, especially Americans who very often rely on a lot of fucking cheap goods. It's going to make prices of average everyday goods go up significantly. Executives of Tapestry, the parent company of U.S. fashion brand Coach, which is known to sell leather bags that sell for roughly $200 to $1,000, told analysts this month that it expects to take a $160 million hit to its profits due to changing tariff policies, with about a third of that attributed to the elimination of the de minimis rule. Damn, right? Because these guys probably don't import a ton of stuff in bulk. I'm going to assume that more than likely, to try to get around the de minimis rule, it's going to be more importing in bulk, is my assumption, which means there's going to be a lot more warehouses, a lot more overhead costs and stuff like that, which overall still raise the prices of the particular items that are going to be particularly affected by these de minimis rules. Specifically with the de minimis rule exception. That's all I can really think of as to how I suppose companies are going to get around this. I'm not sure if they're really going to do that, but that remains to ultimately be seen. Because like I've said before, they've already sort of been taking the tariffs on the chin and suffering a loss of profits as a result of Trump's utterly belligerent tariff and economic policies. Because again, he doesn't know how the economies or how tariffs work because he's an idiot. So, it's just a complete fucking shit show. That's really dangerous, though. The U.S. and China already have military presence in the South China Sea. Yep. It's gonna raise tensions, that's for sure. China's rapidly expanded in years in a comeback campaign fueled by Gen Z shoppers, and Tapestry remains confident the momentum will offset Some of the impact of tariffs, still the elimination of the de minimis represents a logistical challenge. Shipments under the exemption made up more than 90% of all cargo entering the country. Damn. 90% of all cargo. That is insane. Like, I don't know. It's like effectively a freezing, maybe not like a freezing, but a significant slowdown on the U.S.'s consumptive market. Because that's the main value of the U.S. You know that Americans are gonna buy they cheap goods and they're gonna fucking consume. That's why it's very valuable to have, well, presence within the American market. You know that there's going to be willing and, well, paying consumers because your average American, in comparison, has the disposable income to be able to buy a lot of these cheap goods. Not saying that, you know, like, the current economic situation within America is good or whatever. It's like, if we look at the statistics, the purchasing power of your average American is significantly higher in comparison to, say, I don't know, your average Vietnamese person, or maybe not Japanese person, or like Bangladeshi or Indian person. This is mostly the point that I'm saying here. Oh yeah, like, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. Ports are definitely going to grind to a halt as a result for this. President and his predecessor, Joe Biden, criticized the policy as harmful to U.S. businesses and said it has been abused to smuggle illegal goods, including drugs and fentanyl. Really, Joe Biden was also saying that this was being used to smuggle in drugs. I mean, that's entirely possible, right? You just ship in a couple bricks that are not higher than $800 a pop, basically, right? Something like that. But, like, a blanket ban like this is going to cause, like, wider fucking sort of consequences. I don't know. Like I've said before, if we're talking about the problems of fucking illegal drugs, the best way to not have that be a concern anymore is, again, through drug decriminalization, right? Same thing as what Portugal did, but is now, well, as not as effective because it's been getting attacked and defunded. So, you know, whatever. So much for fucking actual good policy. In a full call with reporters on Thursday, Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, well, that's how you know it's a fucking really stupid policy, because Peter Navarro is the main guy that's advising this. Said the move will save thousands of American lives by restricting the flow of narcotics through the mail, as well as add $10 billion a year to the U.S. coffers. I'm sure. Trump fast-tracked the rules appeal with an executive order this year, well ahead of a planned 2027 expiry date. With the necessary documentation, shippers will have to pay duties based on country of the origin tariffs rate. Otherwise, they can choose to pay a fixed fee between $800 and $200 per package, according to the White House. This is what this is what I was fucking looking for, right? It's right here. This is what I was looking for. So basically, depending on the tariff rate that a country has, there will be a flat fucking fee also associated with that fucking country. So here, countries with an effective IEEPA tariff rate. So this is the act that he's sort of using to justify these blanket tariffs, because he thinks that there's a national emergency, which is fucking stupid. $80 per fucking item. So any country that has this tariff rate of a less than 16% is going to be forced to have to pay an extra fucking $80 on those items. And then, you know, the threshold is then 16 to 25%, $160, and countries with an effective tariff rate of above 25 is $200 per fucking item. Damn, who's ready to pay a $200 extra fucking charge from any product that's coming from us? Because we have a 35% tariff rate. Hope you're not buying anything from fucking Canada. Hope you're not buying your ketchup chips, maple syrup, diamonds, petroleum products. That's a lot of fucking money. Lot of money. The second option, which is aimed to give postal services more time to adjust to the change. Lumber, potash, fertilizers. That also comes from us. Extra $200. Will only be available for 6 months. Mainland China and Hong Kong were the first to be cut from the de minimis rule in May, prompting e-commerce giant Temu to halt direct sales to the U.S. Letters and personal gifts worth less than $100 will still be duty free. Okay, so just don't buy stuff more than $100, forehead, because people are definitely going to know about that stuff. It's so fucking stupid. Smaller variety, longer waits. U.S. consumers may see less variety of goods in shops and on e-commerce platforms as businesses get to grips with customs documentation, trade experts have told the BBC. Smaller firms need time to adjust, as they have mostly been spared from such paperwork until now. And Tam Nguyen from Logistics Administration from GOL Solution, the company handles exports from Southeast Asia to the U.S. You need to indicate the source of all materials in a product, which can come from many countries with different tax rates. This would absolutely make shipments slower. Right, because again, all of those particular products are going to have different tariff rates depending on where they're coming from, right? So there's going to be a complete administrative, bureaucratic nightmare to have to keep track of all of that, because you have to, write that all into the fucking accounting books. It's, like I said before, there's a reason why these just blanket flat tariff rates are just really fucking stupid. And the idea that this is supposed to, in the minds of conservatives, help with free market economies and commerce by cutting bureaucratic red tape, when they do things that add a ridiculous amount of fucking bureaucracy in terms of having to keep track of all this stuff, in terms of having to do the amount of paperwork to keep track of all this shit, is fucking completely and utterly ludicrous. That could have a particular impact on niche markets, plus you could deter sellers from offering a broader range of products for export. Christopher Lundell is a 53-year-old psychologist based in Portland, Oregon, who also DJs and mixes music as a hobby. He is now an avid vinyl record collector who recently became aware of the de minimis exception suspension when he tried to unsuccessfully buy a $5 record from a seller in the UK. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. That's so true. So true, Sock. Now, yeah. The free market is definitely harmed by these fucking tariffs. Well, it's because it's like completely fucking marketized and globalized. It used to be a little different back then, but with globalization and everything, it just, I mean, it should really sell how fucking completely idiotic and stupid these fucking tariffs are. He canceled my order and said, "I'm sorry, but the UK is not shipping to the United States anymore." Because it's just like, what's the point? People are more likely not going to buy stuff like a $5 rare record. $5. And there's going to be like a complete, there's going to be how much potential money on this, right? The tariff rate on the UK, I'm not sure what it is. I think it might be below 16%. There's going to be an extra $80 fucking fee slapped on top of that shit. No one's going to buy it, going to fucking want to pay for that shit. It's complete nonsense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably shouldn't listen to the guy who, bankrupted 6 businesses to run an economy. Yeah, exactly, Sock now. Mr. Lundell says he tries his best to find U.S.-based record sellers before searching online for overseas sellers based in countries like the UK, Japan, and China. He adds that he understands the need to protect U.S. businesses, but says that he believes a blanket suspension of the de minimis exception is political theater. Well, the thing is he wants to try to build the U.S. as a manufacturing export economy without actually doing the necessary policies to actually facilitate that construction, which is why it is extremely stupid what he is doing. Some of the orders may be frozen for the next few weeks. Ms. Nguyen said clients, including some in the healthcare sector, have halted orders. Major postal services in the UK, Europe, and the Asia-Pacific region paused deliveries to the US this week. The operators blamed uncertainty about how tariffs would work and a lack of time to prepare. Prices to rise. Without the exemption, businesses will have to factor in tariffs in the US as imposed on the country of origin, which came into effect for most nations in August. Yep, that was about 2 weeks ago? Oh, no. Would have been about the beginning of August, right? I think it was August 8th. Would have been about 3 weeks ago then at this point. About 3 weeks ago. Those levies can be as low as 10% for countries like the UK and Australia, with an extra fucking $80 charge on top of that because they don't have the 60% tariff threshold, which is fucking insane. While goods from Brazil and India face the highest tariffs at 50%, which is, man, signs of fucking recession. Dude, I'm so ready for the Trump depression. It's gonna be so great. Like, the job market is as shit as it is already, and now with Trump doing his, like, complete idiotic, like, belligerent nonsense with tariffs, it's only going to get worse. Very cool. Following the change, specific duties will be imposed of $80 per item for countries with tariffs of 16% or less, $160 for shipments from countries between 16 and 25%, or $200 for items from countries with higher tariffs. Man, it's a really good thing you bought all that stuff from India when you did, Boy Meets Mini, because would have had to pay an extra $200 for that shit. Fucking crazy. Wait, it was a casino that couldn't fucking or are you just memeing their sock now? Like a casino cannot use the US dollar. It has to use its own currency. It's just like Bitcoin, but an actual token they use in the casino. Oh yes, because there's like certain gambling laws within the United States, right? That's why there's like all these like fucking crypto casinos. Yeah, I get you. Very, very cool. Well, fixalization, the jobs number report, is also going to affect things because there is no way to buy that information unless you're a big corporation like Nvidia. I mean, the problem is that Trump doesn't fucking understand any of that stuff. Like, he's like a child who basically sees like, well, the number went down. That means it's bad, right? Fire the people who basically are telling me these bad numbers because I can't ever have bad numbers because he's a fucking idiot. Because he's a fucking idiot. A senior administration official downplayed consumer concerns, saying that the move will benefit Americans by making them safer and prosperous. By having to make them pay up to $200 more for items that come from certain countries. Because, again, I'm going to tell you right now, what's the likelihood that fucking the United States of America produces spices from, like, India, for example, right? Yeah, are you ready to pay more taxes, Boy Meets Mini? Let's fucking go, dude. Then you usually need to know that number for small businesses such as food trucks. Small businesses can't afford to buy that information. Yeah, exactly. That's why a lot of the stuff from, say, like the BLS and different like labor statistics are really, really fucking important. And that's why you should not have a stooge in power who wants to just basically placate Trump's, I don't know, like sensibilities. I guess we can just go with sensibilities. Like, there's a reason why you can't fucking just have, like, random bullshit in that in particular, because, well, you need to have fucking accurate numbers, and it can't be fucking politicized for those exact fucking reasons. Well, that's why, like, I mean, simply put, this shit is as incredibly fucking stupid as it is. It's just so fucking dumb. You either have to give the correct number, or you don't have an economy, and that's the issue here. That he wants to fluff the numbers and it's not going to work. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you can't fluff the numbers for something as tangible as, well, the U.S. economy. Like, it just doesn't work. He wants fluff. He wants to be told what he wants to hear. But when the reality sort of hits, I suppose, for lack of a better term, and the economy starts to shit the bed as a result of, well, the fluff being false, well, as expected, well, crazy, it's going to cause a lot of fucking problems. That's why it's so fucking stupid. Some American businesses welcome the news, arguing the elimination would level the playing field, I'm sure. Gap Inc. welcomes the administration's decision to suspend duty-free de minimis treatment worldwide. I wonder why Gap is talking about this. Who wants to make a bet that they're owned by some giant fucking multinational conglomerate, so they don't really have to give a shit about this because, well, they're already under that particular umbrella. So stupid. The de minimis loophole has long provided an opportunity for some importers and retailers to avoid paying their fair share of U.S. duties, the company said in a statement. Again, I would like to make a bet that Gap just doesn't have to face any of the consequences for the de minimis exception being eliminated. Maybe because they just make shit products in comparison to small businesses. I don't know. But yeah, you know, as expected, hey, dipshit right-wingers. Like, this is what you guys wanted, right? This is what you wanted. A collapse of the fucking economy. All because of a dude who, well, bankrupted fucking 6 businesses and barely understands how to run the economy. Because, again, like I said before, this is the exact same guy who bankrupted fucking 6 businesses. So, you know, who's ready for the collapse of the fucking U.S. economy? I sure am. Like, if you fucking think that 2008 was, like, the end of the fucking world, like, this shit like this, just complete utter belligerent nonsense being done by executive order, is going to cause an even worse and further fucking collapse. So, you know, I'm ready for Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo. So it's going to be great to see that this is exactly what's going to fucking happen. So, you know, make sure to stock up on all your fucking necessary goods so you don't have to pay an $80 fucking surcharge or $200 fucking surcharge on those particular goods because of this exemption being, well, overturned. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, the more and more that the economy collapses from 2008 and COVID. Oh, yeah, COVID was only 5 years ago. Like, it's just gonna fucking happen again. China's loving this. China's enjoying the fact that we keep collapsing on our economy. Well, it's because, you know, with China, they actually have, like, state intervention and regulations necessary to not have to deal with any of those fucking consequences. China do be fucking keeping the world economy afloat. Listen, it's time for everyone to learn a bit of Mandarin, right? Who's with me? Let's learn some fucking Mandarin and get the fuck out of here. Anywho. Ritchie fucking Torres. Wait, Sock now. Are you saying that because of all the constant tax cuts for the rich, because of like the stupid delusional Art Laffer idea that it's going to trickle down to the average middle class American or working class American was a complete farcical, nonsensical thing? And well, Trump is just doing this because he just wants to cut his own taxes and he doesn't give a fuck about anyone else and just wants people to suffer? I'm shocked. I'm truly shocked about this. Same dude who passed the one big beautiful bill. So shocked. Oh yeah, 1000% Sock now. I think we took a look at this before with the complete utter bullshit that he's been doing with the Fed chair and the Fed governor specifically trying to fire her or come up with an excuse to fire her with Lisa Cook. Like the U.S. dollar has been in fucking free fall. It's gone like ever since Trump came into office. Like it's fallen by the U.S. dollar has dropped by about 11% in value. Like we can unironically say that Trump is going to potentially cause a like he's going to be the main reason with his like stupid trade policy, the reason why the US is no longer the global reserve currency, because well, who can trust the US economy because it's not seen as like really reliable anymore, and that's why it became the global reserve currency, because it was seen as the US economy was generally quite reliable. And with the utter belligerence and nonsense Trump keeps engaging in, like, no one's gonna fucking trust or believe the U.S. because for like 1 second there will be tariffs, another second there will be like other stupid bullshit that's going on that affects the U.S. economy. No one's gonna want to do business there because nothing's fucking stable. Again, like has been said before, businesses and markets very, very well known for liking instability. Oh yeah, right. It is going down. Micro percent or two a day. It's just not going where it needs to go. Yeah, exactly. Like again, like don't be surprised if like for whatever reason, like maybe in the near future, would have been in the far future, but now in the near future, like the US no longer becomes the global reserve currency and it becomes the fucking yuan. For it's really funny because all the Marxist-Leninists talk about how they want to cause the collapse of the American empire, and Trump is doing a much more significant, better job at causing that fucking collapse of the American empire. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, exactly. It was a massive dive between the US dollar and the euro. It's so fucking stupid. Well, anyhow, let's get started with this. Adam Friedland has a chat with Ritchie Torres. Talk about Zionism, LGBTQ people, and the Bronx. Oh boy. Now, for those who don't know, one of the biggest stooges for fucking Israel is, well, Ritchie Torres. By the way, quick reminder, this is also the same fucking dude who basically just, brought it to the House floor of Congress to advocate for Twitch to ban Hassan on the floor of Congress. So, and also, from what I recall correctly, also followed Destiny on fucking Twitter. So, just to give you a sense of the complete utter freak that we're dealing with here, we have Ritchie Torres. Let's take a look.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultant told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot, too.
Oh, yeah. So, for people probably wondering, why the fuck is Ritchie Torres even on the Adam Friedland show? Former Cumtown guy. Listen, if you know, you know. He is doing the same thing as Elisa Slotkin. Basically trying to do the whole podcast circuit to try to appeal to fucking young people. Even though, like, why the fuck would you want to appeal to young people with people like Ritchie Torres? Like, ostensible, miserable, genocidal fucking wretches like Ritchie Torres. They're not gonna like anything that he's fucking selling. Like, it's really, really fucking stupid. Really? I don't know. Maybe, like, some consultant is actually sabotaging him. Maybe they're secretly leftist allies and they also hate Ritchie Torres. Maybe that's why. But, let's just fucking continue with this shit.
I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen, sure. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part of these big decisions like this. And
well, only one of 535. So.
Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number. No.
Right.
Okay. Yo, Jack Sparrow. He's dead.
Welcome to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. As always, thank you to our members and our patrons, the people that support our show. If you'd like to support our show, there's a link in the description of this video below to become a member, which gives you early access to all of our episodes. And,
okay, listen, become a member, support Adam Friedland, blah, 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 blah.
Representatives, Ritchie Torres, everyone, make some noise. I can. Hello. Hello. Well, I got two issues. First of all, your district is Yankee Stadium. That is one of your. That's one of your.
I represent Yankee Stadium. Yeah.
And I asked you how the Yanks were, and you were like, I'm not. You didn't.
So I love the Yankees, but I'm not a huge baseball fan.
You just turned
and I'm not going to pretend to be a baseball fan.
What about the zoo?
I love the Bronx Zoo.
Okay.
It's kind of cool.
Do you consider the animals your constituents?
I consider the Bronx Zoo indistinguishable from the United States Congress. Yeah.
Oh, does that crush? If you say to another guy in Congress?
It crushes nowhere because if I actually had any comedic talent, I probably wouldn't be in Congress.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You want to say?
When I was a kid, I was a fan, not of baseball, but professional wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, I was a huge fan of The Rock. The Attitude Era. So I started watching in 1998.
We had it so good.
Austin, The Rock. Mankind.
So was I. Yeah. That we were
I did
Raw.
a huge Rock impersonation when I was a kid. Like
I knew of you as a congressman, but I didn't know your backstory. And I mean, goddamn, wow. I mean, it's an incredibly inspirational story.
Unlike George Santos, I have a true story.
That's your.
I have no OnlyFans account, but I do have an actual.
Did he have an OnlyFans?
Oh yeah.
In Congress.
I'm not sure if he had it, but certainly it was generating income.
He would have been the first. I mean,
who knows? I mean, I'm not closely following the OnlyFans accounts of every member of Congress.
You can't stand this guy.
No, just.
I guess. Damn, Ritchie Torres, no fucking, no OnlyFans account. It's so Jover, guys.
No, just I want to. You miss him? He was pretty funny.
He was a source of comedic enjoyment.
His tweet right before jail was amazing. He's like, the curtain closes, like she walks off stage. He was a real ham, George. Yeah. But he was a complete fraud, right?
Total fraud. Yeah.
Because he bought like Birkin bags with campaign funds.
Well, also he fabricated every aspect of his biography. It was not like he told one lie here or there. It was like the whole story was a complete fabrication.
I feel like in this day and age, that's kind of like that's in play. I feel like you can do it.
It's
part of the course.
It's such a chaotic time. Like I went to Harvard Law School and I used to be the coolest guy in my school, and I'm also Brazilian and Jewish. And what did he say?
No, he said that his parents were Holocaust survivors.
I like that.
Ukrainian because of the war in Ukraine.
He was also Ukrainian.
And then he had friends who died in the mass shooting in Orlando.
He's amazing.
He like incorporated every current event into his life story.
Pathological liars are great, but he took it all the way to the show.
Although he inspired me to introduce a bill that has, I think, it's the greatest acronym in the history of congressional the Santos Act.
And what was it?
Stop another non-truthful office seeker. Santos.
Am I sensing that there's like the two of you guys as like young New York
George
gay,
Santos,
like Latino,
he's a fucking goofy
naturally
guy.
like a foil. He's your Darth Vader.
Let's assume like after he was expelled from Congress, he became the most prominent Jewish gay Latino congressman from New York. How's that?
You're Jewish?
No, Jewish.
You're Jewish. Oh, come on, I wouldn't wish this upon my greatest enemy. You don't want any part of this.
You never heard this comment? He's Jewish, not Jewish.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that, but you don't.
But he invented the term.
About you? I don't.
He invented the term about himself.
It's just a word with about him.
When he was confronted, why did you lie about being Jewish? He said, I never said I was Jewish. I said I was Jewish.
I would say that I'm.
You're actually Jewish.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I can't quit. No, I wrote a letter to BB and they rejected.
Yeah. Anthony DeVolder, exactly.
Now you join. is when you're a baby, your parents have a party, and then this like old wizard walks in, and then he pulls your diaper off, and then your whole family looks at your beautiful baby penis, and then he cuts the part that I guess gives one pleasure later on in life and during sex, and then there's like a deli tray there and stuff. That's how you join the club. Yeah. But we've been doing it for a while though. I don't mind it. You really didn't like my crude humor.
I mean, you've endured for thousands of years, so something's going right.
Yeah, I guess so. It's definitely the wizard and the baby's penis part.
Yeah, well,
I know. I'm being crude with a member of the
these are important decisions that parents have to
what's rude is that we're in an era where like talking to someone in the legislative branch is it's a privilege because it's so fucking crazy. And
the privilege is mine. You're the one with the massive following. You win the New York.
Well, no, okay, he's not calling himself Jewish. He was talking specifically about George Santos, right? Remember when he called himself Jewish, right? Right, boy meets me.
You know I know that because you told me. Not because I read the profile. But you told me you win the New York. So congratulations on the profile. You know you would be considered young in the United States Congress.
Yeah, I mean, I might be.
My dating profile says I'm congressionally young.
Congressionally young.
And congressionally attractive just in case you're disappointed.
That gets some action.
Is it a plus? It's not clear. It's not clear.
It has to be.
I work 7 days a week, so it has a grinding effect. But
yeah, and you're with the worst people on earth. Well, what are you doing to yourself? It must be tough.
Yeah, one of my colleagues said to me that Congress is the best university in the world.
Really?
And because you just have access to some of the brightest minds, you can learn a tremendous amount.
They're the smartest guys?
Yeah. We certainly have access.
It's like the Sorbonne or something in Congress. How boring is it like to be in the government sometimes? What's the most boring part of it?
I mean, I love it.
You love it?
Because of the variety.
You like parliamentary procedures?
I feel like no position has more variety than a House member. Because one day you get to be local, state, national, and international at the same time. So one day I'm receiving a complaint about a pothole on Fordham Road, or pressuring the mayor to crack down on an open air drug market in the South Bronx. And the next day,
Congress about that?
And the next day I'm receiving like a briefing from the CIA about rising tensions between the United States and China. So
what do you do about the pothole?
Does he really wait? Do fucking House members really receive a bunch of complaints about like fucking potholes from constituents? I guess in like town halls, but isn't that more like a sort of like local issue? Like that's like more for like city council members to mostly be taken care of, not probably members of Congress. Like I guess they could like earmark and like allocate particular funds or some shit in order to sort of take care of that stuff. That's like really the only thing I can think of. Yeah, like that's I'm pretty sure that's a more local issue, not like within the purview of fucking Congress. Like maybe someone will go and complain to like Ritchie Torres or whoever the fuck about that shit, but I'm pretty sure that's not within the purview of anyone in the fucking House. Like they can't do shit about that.
Well, in DC though. I'm just sorry.
I use my platform to pressure the mayor to solve problems.
Adams. Yeah. Can I guess who you were in school growing up?
Sure.
You were like were you student government?
No, not student government.
You were like a debate club or?
I was the captain of the
law team. Oh, so you wanted to be a lawyer?
Yeah, I had dreams of becoming either a lawyer or teacher.
So you did mock trial, right?
I did moot court. And mock trial, but I was like a master of moot court.
And what did you like? You like the Atticus Finch style, like closing arguments?
So that was mock trial. Yeah. Moot court is modeled after the Supreme Court or an appellate court. So you deliver an argument before a panel of judges.
So you like the one with worse speeches? The one that's less like
no, because it teaches you to think on your feet. Yeah, it's less theatrical.
So but that was your prep for the game.
Yeah.
You went to the show.
It was the first time when I discovered I had a talent for public speaking. Or I thought I had a talent for public speaking.
Early on, you grew up in a single mother home. You have a twin brother?
Twin brother.
Identical?
He's biologically older. I'm temperamentally older.
Identical or no?
Fraternal. We're fake twins.
That's all right.
5 minutes apart.
I was on a date once with a girl who told me first date. She said I have an identical twin. I can't do it. I can't tell her secrets. She has her brain is connected to another one of her. Yeah. You can't trust these people. That's a prejudice of mine.
People would ask me where's your brother. I'm like, we're fraternal twins, not Siamese twins. Like I don't know his whereabouts every moment.
But you're good at
I can't believe that Adam would be racist against identical twins.
Right?
That's good.
You're still learning.
Yeah, of course. I've only been there for 3 terms. It's the most complicated legislature on earth. No one's gonna master it in 3 terms. The problem with DC is not that it's corrupt. The problem with DC is that it's stupid. There's just so much absurdity in DC.
I thought you said it's the smartest place in the world.
Wait. Okay. Now we're starting to get into like some weird shit. What the fuck? Like, what does he mean by it's fucking stupid? I guess like stupid in the respect that I suppose in terms of like burdensome regulation and complete utter nonsense that you have to follow. But that's not like that's like more a structure of the a structural problem fundamentally with Congress in of itself, not because of like. And like even like particular people, right? We can talk about like Ritchie Torres, right? The main subject of this podcast in particular. Like the fact that people are so ready to basically bend over backwards for people who are clearly doing genocide, like the state of fucking Israel. The problem more so becomes like, hey man. Like, the main issue that a lot of people have with, like, people in Congress is the fact that they just feel like their Congress people are just not really doing anything. And keep in mind, Ritchie Torres, and specifically with the Democrats, right? Democrat approval rating of Israel, which is, I don't know if people know, it's quite fucking low. So this is back in July, 32% in U.S. back Israel's military action in Gaza. This was back in July. I believe it has gone as low as about 8%. Right? Here's from the Brookings Institute. I think it was about, saw real quick, was like 10% of Democrats support the actions of Israel, right? Democrats. Among Democrats, 52% think Israel should make a deal, so it's making a ceasefire deal, probably with Hamas. 55% of Democrats support continuing military assistance to Israel. That's way too fucking high of a goddamn number. What was it? It was 10%. Among Democrats, 10% favor Israel, 20% favor the Palestinians, and 68% believe the U.S. should not take sides. Really? From the Brookings Institute. That's a little fucking interesting. Really? It's 68% believe that the U.S. should not take sides. From what I recall correctly, and it was another particular sort of journalistic outlet that was saying, I think they said it was about 60-something% of Democrats specifically support the Palestinians. So that makes me think, like, these numbers, they seem a little fucking interesting. A little interesting.
Wait, Kent, you had access.
The overall broader point is that the support in favor for fucking Israel is, broadly speaking, falling significantly amongst Democrats, right? That's the main broader point. And like, if you're young, right? Like, if you're a young person or whatever, like, you really do not like Israel.
Some of the brightest minds. So like, if you want to learn more about artificial intelligence or quantum computing or energy, you can reach out to some of the best minds.
Yeah. You call ACO right now? Calls up right now.
People generally will take your. I'm not calling now. So.
I don't know. Your voice
so.
is up. You said I'm not calling him now. You have his number.
I don't know.
So what CEO is your best friend? What's the best one?
Mention who's my best friend.
How many CEO friends do you have?
I don't have many CEO friends.
Well, you said you could call anyone on the phone at any time.
If I had a question about like AI policy, I probably could get a meeting with a CEO. Yeah, that's true. Any member of Congress.
Yeah. Did you grow up in the district you represent?
My father's from Mach Haven. I'm from Throgs Neck Houses. So I grew up in a public housing development in Throgs Neck Houses, right across the street from what was formerly Trump Golf Course.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, as the golf course was undergoing construction, it unleashed a skunk infestation. So I tell people I've been smelling the stench of Donald Trump long before he became president. But it was infested with skunks.
What's it like? You grew up in New York City, so
born and raised in the Bronx.
Our president is an outer borough New Yorker, effectively.
Yeah, from Queens.
Right. He wants to present that he's like Mr. like Goldman Sachs, but really he's a New York City real estate guy.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. He was never respected in the real estate industry. He was known to like rip off his contractors, and he was seen as a joke within the industry.
Yeah. He figured out that if you keep someone in a lawsuit,
he was more known for his self-promotion and marketing. Yeah. Than he was for his actual effectiveness in real estate.
Yeah. Have you ever? What have your interactions been with the president?
No interactions.
You've never met him.
Have no desire to meet him.
Let's practice it right
now. I feel like
now.
he's the worst person on earth.
You don't want to meet him once? You're in the government though. You gotta be the president.
He's the devil.
He's the devil?
Yeah.
You gotta have a good word for the president. Let's practice. I'm Trump. What's up? I'm Trump. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
That's your you just bombed. You can't sit there like that with some weird smile.
I'm gonna shake Donald Trump's hand.
Yeah, you have to say like.
Okay, I think we're gonna get to the overall broader theming from what I've seen in terms of a lot of the clips. Ritchie Torres is like not a human being. This is like extremely fucking weird, right? Like you should shake that fucking hand of the guy saying like hello
Richie. Nice to meet you. I'm the president, as you very well know. You must be one of my biggest fans.
Like, why the fuck would you just like sit there and just kind of smile and just not do anything? That's like really fucking weird. Like, why would you do that? Why? Like, very, very strange. And yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. Like, if you have a question about AI policy, you call the people that have the biggest incentive to persuade you a certain way. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's like, broadly speaking, one of the biggest reasons why people have lost a lot of faith within Congress. Because, generally speaking, a lot of people see Congress as sort of like, oh, well, they never represent us. They just represent a bunch of different, like, conglomerations of different corporations and stuff like that. And, well, they don't really represent us. They don't fucking give a shit about us. So why the fuck should we ever give a shit about them, you know?
You're doing like the Holocaust right now in this country. Like you have to say like you're ruining this country right now. Like seriously, why don't you say something like that? You're an asshole. You said the Marines and stuff.
Okay, we'll practice.
Okay, go ahead. Let's get it. Come on, dude.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
How are you? I'm looking for. Hopefully, you can release those files.
The Epstein. That's your. No, come on, dude. First of all, you guys already lost on Epstein.
You think we lost on Epstein?
You guys lost
he's obviously in the files.
Well, half of the files is your guys too, right?
Yeah,
so you got, half the files is your guys too. So that's why you guys didn't do this.
My view is release the files and let the dice fall where they may.
You guys lost on Epstein.
Why did we lose?
His crappy excuse, like everyone, his whole base doesn't really care.
Yeah, they just done.
What we found is like they actually don't care. MAGA didn't really care. Yeah. You guys really are having a rough one right now. I think.
What's your advice for us?
I don't know. I mean, you're one of the guys. So I'll tell you what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
right.
Please,
I really wanted to give you your whole story about.
You want me to tell my story?
No, because I want to talk about this.
Okay.
But
you clearly don't want to hear my story.
I've been trying to toss it to your story, which is fucking. That's a Hallmark movie. We'd open this up like this guy's. You're the first black gay guy to be in the government. Gay man to be in the government. Gay guy is. You can't say that. To a
first
You're the
Latino and black gay member of Congress.
first
in
Latino
the
and
United
black.
States.
Yeah. It doesn't roll off the tongue, that one.
Yeah. Too many identities.
Yeah, yeah. First black president. Obama
Yeah.
crushed it with that one. Yeah. First Latino and black.
Once you have a first black president, everything else becomes less impressive.
How many LGBT members of Congress are there?
There are quite a few, like more than 10.
More than 10.
Yeah.
And there's 100 Senate. How many House?
435.
435.
So 535 in total.
Are there any no Republicans, right?
Who are openly LGBTQ?
Oh, you're saying
None of them.
you're spilling the tea right now?
Well, my running joke is the LGBTQ caucus is the only caucus that can expand without winning an election. We just have to take members out of the closet.
Would you do that? You were in the closet in your life, right? Like, what are the ethics there? It's really interesting because, like,
Would I
if
out
you see a
members?
gay- if you see
Yeah.
a closet gay Republican like advocating for something that is,
Would I out him?
well, it's advocating for like a taking away gay marriage or something. Like, what's the rule there? Because you were in the closet yourself as a young
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
and it's a painful thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, you have to go through it's a process.
You found out in middle school?
I realized I was a gay in middle school.
When was it?
After-
Titanic? Leo DiCaprio?
No.
No, I didn't realize at all. When I
It's not
was
Leonardo
confused.
DiCaprio.
How was it? What was it?
I forget exactly how I realized, but
You forgot? No, you don't forget. You gotta have a better story. You're a politician. Titanic, Leonardo.
I'm not
DiCaprio.
often asked about my coming out story
And
in the
so
Bronx, so
Why not? It's an interesting story,
Yeah.
right? And like you're Puerto Rican. You were afraid of?
We're doing a little bit of trolling right now.
I grew up in the project, so it's a machismo environment.
And what about your family? Was there like when did you come out to them?
16.
16.
Yeah.
And was that when you came out?
No, then I came out, graduated time, and then when I ran for office when I was 24, I decided to be out to everyone, to run as an openly LGBTQ candidate.
But
that
like,
was back in 2000.
when you were at school and stuff, you didn't tell people that you were gay? Or?
Yeah, I was telling more and more people over time.
I thought you were at an assembly or something.
Yes, I was at a debate competition where I said I was a gay American.
So that's
I had
counts as coming out?
Isn't that like a Jim McGreevey moment, though? Remember he said as a gay American?
Yeah, yeah.
Gave the speech, and that's such a dated
You're a
reference.
kid coming out of the closet. Don't diminish that experience.
Yeah, it was back in
No, that's your story. Why would you say that was just a debate competition? It has to be scary.
No, I agree. It was terrifying.
What led you to do it at debate?
Yeah. I don't know, I just felt, it's interesting.
Did you see something that you were like?
Yeah, so I was browsing through MySpace, and I ran into the profile of a teacher who identified as gay. And it was the first time I knew of a person in my social universe who was openly LGBTQ, and so I approached him. And
Your social universe? You chilled with your teachers?
or people in the world I knew, I guess.
You were.
Yeah, why is he knocking his own coming out experience? I don't know, dude. It's really fucking weird. Like, cause, like I've said before, with people like fucking Ritchie Torres, like the dude's just like a fucking sociopath. It's one of those situations where he is like genuinely like impossible to sort of like want to have like any interaction with, because he fundamentally only cares about one thing and one thing only, and that is just power, right? Like, that's all he fundamentally really gives a shit about. He's just like a completely just out of touch sociopathic, like a complete utter sort of, I don't know, narcissist, I suppose at this point, who I mean, he probably thinks he's like fundamentally better than like literally anyone else. Like, I wouldn't be, I would make a bet that more than likely, Richie is probably thinking to himself why he's thinking like, so far this like interview has been pretty easy, kind of irrelevant nonsense. I could be doing like literally anything better, like I don't know, schmoozing some APAC donor to try to get more money or some shit. If I were to like take a bet with like Ritchie Torres, in terms of like, I don't know, all the shit that he fucking pushes for and advocates for. I don't know. It's one of those situations where like we're dealing with someone who is, for lack of a better term, just like a complete utter sociopath.
You hung out with adults.
I socialized my teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so it was the first adult or person that was openly gay.
Yeah, because I grew up in a world where no one was openly gay.
Yeah.
And I just spontaneously came out. It was the first time I ever had to acknowledge my sexuality to someone.
Do you feel like sharing your story, like, and making it all the way to Congress, that has to be an inspiration to people that grew up in a place like that? No? That must feel good, no?
It does.
So why are you diminishing it?
I'm not diminishing it, but I feel...
You should be proud of that. I was in the New Yorker yesterday. You were...
I was in the New Yorker as well.
Oh.
Back in 2016.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I was there yesterday. So both of us are probably same
yeah. But you're at a much higher level than I am. So.
No, you were 2016. You were a Bernie delegate.
I was 2016.
So wait, so go back to that because it's interesting to me. So like, you had this mental health crisis in college.
Really? I didn't know that Ritchie Torres was a fucking... he was a fucking Bernie-crat. Interesting. Huh. Well, I guess we all know how that ended up fucking happening and shit like that. The idea that fucking Ritchie Torres was a fucking Bernie-crat is fucking insane to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. And did it stemmed from being gay? Is that what it was?
Not only from I had a sexual identity, but I had a severe struggle with depression.
Yeah.
Which began in high school.
Yeah.
But then became worse in college. And I dropped out of college, and at some point even thought of committing suicide.
Yeah.
Underwent hospitalization. Felt as if the world around me had collapsed. But then I began like taking antidepressant, going through psychotherapy, and it just gave me a fighting chance to rebuild my life. So after a few years of hospitalization, I rebuilt my life and became the youngest elected official in America's largest city. I ran for the council, and then ultimately ran for the United States Congress, and here I am.
And it was a few years that you were going through that. Yeah. And so, and what did you do once you got out? How did you restart your life?
Well, instead of going back to school, I went into politics. So I was a housing
straight into politics
organizer. I was a housing organizer for New York City Council member, and then I ran for public office myself.
I would move to like France or something.
I couldn't afford to move to France.
Yeah.
I grew up poor.
You can figure it out. You get a ticket. You get to France. I don't know.
That's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, I do agree with that. A lot of people did just hop on the Bernie train without actually believing in it. You know, basically, like, I don't know if this is the case for Ritchie Torres, although I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case. because again, people like Ritchie Torres, complete utter like narcissistic fucking sociopaths. People like him will just do literally anything in order to acquire even just a small like morsel of fucking power, like anything possible in order to sort of obtain the ability to get within the annals of fucking power, and like nothing else really like matters to people like stuff in terms of like people like this. Like, who cares? I'm in power, I don't give a shit, like fuck you, suck my dick kind of a deal.
Busk, do you know guitar?
No.
You get a guitar, put the I don't know. Obviously, to run for office, you have to have a call to public service. You guys all say that, but like you have to have an ambition, like as well, right? There has to be part of it, right? Like I want to do.
I think an ambition to make a difference.
Yeah, but you want to be. I want to be the president of the United States. You know, come on.
I have no desire to be president.
Is your ambition purely just to make a difference? I mean, it's a very abstract term too. What's your dream? You know?
My goal is to be the best elected official I can be, and then let the rest take care of itself.
That doesn't work for me.
Works for me.
You can say like I want to make sure that.
I mean, I would love to be.
Say a better thing. Like I want to make sure that the kids in my neighborhood could have a better life or something. Saying the best that you could be is so abstract. You could vote for anything. No.
This is actually a pretty good point here by Adam, right? Like really, Richie, you have like no way to sort of just be like some form of like aspirational sort of story. Like every fucking politician has that fucking story, right? Like, oh, I was the best kid for like whatever the fuck, and I always had this dream to be X, Y, and Z kind of an individual because of the, whatever fucking bumblefuck reason or some shit. Every fucking politician has their story, right? Like, even if it's like personally, like, well, generally speaking, very often it's a fucking lie. I don't know. Like, I think it's just kind of like emblematic of just the psychopathy. I'm gonna say like psychopathy, the general sort of like abstemious like weirdness and strangeness that like Ritchie Torres is as like an individual. Yeah, I think I can agree with that here, Boy Meets Mini. He is trying to go for like peak politician, but like I think it's one of those things where I don't know. I feel like with like people like Ritchie Torres, I think it's like honestly like to a fucking worse degree, because was he like an acolyte of like Schumer or Pelosi or something, or am I thinking of someone else? No, I'm thinking of Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, I
can tell you why I went into public office.
Which is what?
It was really about public housing. So born and raised in the Bronx, spent most of my life in poverty, and raised by a single mother, raised three of us on minimum wage, which in the 1990s was $4.25 an hour.
That's ridiculous.
But the most formative experience of my life was growing up in public housing. And in New York City, there's an institution known as the New York City Housing Authority, NYCHA, which manages the largest stock of public housing in the country. It houses about 500,000 people. And it's been so chronically underfunded by the federal government that it has a capital need of $80 billion in counting.
And is that issue something that affects your constituents? Because you represent the poorest district.
And I represent one of the largest concentrations of public housing in the country.
Yeah.
And so you have like asthmatics who are struggling to breathe in their homes.
You live in
the face
unsafe circumstances as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up without heat and hot water, molded conditions, leaky conditions. Like these conditions, the living conditions of public housing have become a humanitarian crisis.
And
I think if NYCHA were a city unto itself, it would be the largest city of low-income Black and Brown Americans in the United States. And it's the
I find it really hilarious that Ritchie Torres wanted to join Congress just for fucking goddamn to try to do anything about the fucking housing crisis with public housing, and he ended up becoming one of AIPAC's largest fucking stooges. I find that fucking ridiculous. Like it's just crazy. Like we've all talked about before, like the sort of like the road to good intentions is. God, I'm gonna butcher the fucking saying because I'm really bad at sayings. The like road to good intentions is, or the road to hell is paved with good intentions. There we go. That's the fucking saying. I remembered. And it's just like, dog, it's so fucking crazy how this is just a story that seems to be utterly consistent with like politicians in particular. They just end up being like some of the fucking largest fucking sociopaths.
Forgotten city of New York.
In representing the poorest district in America, one of the smallest districts too, right?
The most contiguous and compact district, yeah. And it was even more so before redistricting.
And you have a third of your district lives under the poverty line. Is that correct?
It's the lowest income district. About a third of the district is enrolled in SNAP. 70% is enrolled in Medicaid.
A third of the.
I believe also didn't Zora Mamdani also perform really, really well within Ritchie Torres's fucking district, like very, very well. Hey, DSA, you want to get rid of fucking Ritchie Torres? I don't know. I wonder, like. I don't even know if we're gonna know what like Ritchie Torres' fucking like approval rating is. I'm assuming it's probably not very high. I mean, general approval rating of the Democrats is generally not really, really high because people don't really fucking like them because they don't believe in anything. But that's like a point that has been consistently belabored at this point. Like talking about how much the Democrats suck.
About a third are born in other countries. Is that correct?
significant immigrant population.
Yeah. What is the mandate that you have in D.C. representing those people?
It's to make government work for the Bronx, to protect critical programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Medicare, Social Security.
Is that what you carry with you when you're in Congress? Is that what you consider when you're like in a committee hearing or something?
Everything should be centered around the Bronx.
Yeah.
And for me, the Bronx is not only where I live, it's who I am.
Yeah.
I tell my constituents, even when I leave the Bronx for Washington, D.C., the Bronx never leaves me. The most important lesson my mother taught me is never forget where you came from, and I'm from the Bronx. And I've lived in the Bronx my whole life, and I probably will die in the Bronx.
Guys, DraftKings Casino has your playbook for gaming action all season long. Play thousands.
Whoa! An ad. Holy shit, that was a long fucking ad. Jesus Christ. Listen, gamble safely.
Back to the episode.
Gamble
Something
safely.
interesting that's happened in the Bronx is in the last general election, from what I understand, there was the largest swing towards the Republican Party.
One of the largest. In 2012, Barack Obama won 96% of the vote. In New York, 15 in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Flash forward to the 2024 election, there's more than 22 points swing for Donald Trump.
Why is the Democratic Party losing the most vulnerable people in America then? What do you attribute
The
that?
Democratic Party is hemorrhaging support among working class people of color throughout the country.
Why is that?
Occam's razor holds the simplest explanation is almost always the best. The simple explanation is inflation and immigration.
Yeah.
We had the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. So if you're paying double or triple the cost for groceries and gasoline, you're going to lash out at those in power, at the establishment.
You say that the incumbency is just bound to lose that election. Biden,
If the incumbency is perceived as failing, yes.
Was there a way to win that election against Trump? If inflation is so bad, is it impossible to win that election?
The odds were stacked against us because of inflation and the mismanagement of the migrant crisis. If we had the benefit of a full primary process, and if we had a stronger general election candidate, maybe we could have won.
So he wants to blame. He wants to blame immigration for us to the reason why. That's not the main reason why Democrats fucking lost. It's because the Democrats fundamentally as a party just doesn't believe in anything. That's the main, real main issue with what's going on with the Democratic Party. They don't fundamentally believe in anything. That's the real sort of main problem that's going on with the Democratic Party. They're just a party that nobody thinks has any fundamental beliefs. It's really fucking strange that he's just willing to just be like, oh yeah, it's all because of immigration and everything, which is giving into specifically conservative framing. That's not the main reason as to why the Democrats lost with a lot of, I would say, minority populations. I think that the main contributing factor, I would rather say, is the fact that people, broadly speaking, sort of sense that, these guys over here, the Democrats, they're not really fighting for me or not really doing much of anything for me. So I don't know. We'll just throw our hat in the ring for this wild card factor, Donald Trump or something. Maybe he'll make my life better or some shit. Which, I mean, obviously, in hindsight, that's fucking stupid and whatnot. But listen, when it comes to the thoughts and beliefs of your average fucking voter, we all know the meme of man, we taught this chimpanzee what the average thoughts and beliefs of the average American voter is, and it fucking ended up shooting itself because a lot of it is just very incredibly fucking incoherent. Torres threw his hat in the ring for the 2026 governor race. He's only polling at 10% amongst 10% amongst 10 voters. Hochul is at 64%. Yeah, he's not very popular.
But I don't know for sure. But Donald Trump is a fatally flawed candidate, so maybe we could win.
You're a member of the least popular Congress probably of our lifetime?
I think we're less popular than colonoscopies.
It sucks, dude. Yeah, does it suck to be the least?
I think there was polling that said we're more popular than cockroaches, but we're less. And more popular, and barely more popular than Ebola.
You guys are losing Hamas for sure.
Yeah, well.
You guys are getting crushed by
Hamas might be more popular on college campuses than Congress.
Oh, okay. Okay, anyway. But I looked at a Gallup poll the other day. Dude, this is... I was actually started laughing. You just have to laugh at this. You guys are 23 right now. That's not bad.
Higher than
That's high.
Yeah.
You guys, what is this? Oh my god, May 2024, 13?
It means we have room for growth.
13?
Yeah.
But that's you and the Republicans. 13.
Yeah, well, the institution at large.
13 is you poop your pants in front of the whole school.
Yeah.
February 2024, 12%.
Yeah, so it sounds
what's
like
happening that month?
if Congress were a woman, you probably wouldn't go on a date with her. So.
Why?
Yeah, people hate their current elected
What should be,
officials
beautiful-
a lot.
What do you mean?
No, you seem to hate Congress, though.
I'm saying everyone does, right? I'm looking at the Gallup poll.
Part of the
True, people are getting
You have to
crushed by
recognize the
Hamas.
runway a little bit and what got us here, maybe.
Yeah,
Seeing the Marine Corps entering the second largest city in America, and seeing the most vulnerable people in society just taken away from their children and kidnapped, and there are facilities in our country right now surrounded by alligators. There are facilities where there are cages with human beings in them who have not been afforded any due process. And the sad thing is that you guys are you're polling behind Donald Trump right now, and
that's not true.
The Democratic Party has lower approval ratings than Donald Trump.
I think the story's more complicated there.
What is that?
Yeah, so the latest polling from CNN shows that the most important issue to Americans is inflation, the cost of living. And on the most important issue, Donald Trump is 25 points underwater. And since the November election, there's been a 34-point swing against him, and that we as Democrats are more trusted on inflation than he is. That's a huge swing.
Why are you guys not killing him right now?
Wait, but that's still not incongruent with what Adam was also saying, right? He's saying that the Democratic Party is currently underwater in general, right? It's not just as simple as just there's a lot of complicated reasonings with why people do not approve the fucking Democratic Party, because a lot of people have this sense, like I've said before, that the Democrats just don't believe in or stand for anything. Like, if there's any instance where the Democrats could show a backbone or a spine to try to do something about, I know, a particular issue, they seem to lose the will to fight and immediately, capitulate to the Republican Party. Well, that's why people, broadly speaking, feel like the Democrats are just like a dead, dying, failing party, because they don't really believe in anything. I mean, I've said this exact same point before, but the thing is with the Democratic Party is that they are trying to obtain a lot of the exact same sort of like billionaire donors and backers similar to that of the Republican Party. And, well, generally speaking, not very, very popular amongst the populace, right? People really do not like the fact that the rich people are able to get away with not being able to pay as much taxes. Everyone thinks that the rich specifically need to be taxed more, as like for a quick particular example, right? Like that corporations should also pay their fair share of taxes, and they very, very easily agree with, depending on how the question is framed, of course. Very, very often they talk about how they support a lot of very progressive legislation. Like, I mean, we've seen all the different ballot measures in like different Republican states and whatnot. They have a lot of support for a lot of different fucking progressive issues, but Congress never wants to fight for any of them. So, generally speaking, a lot of people feel like, well, like, these guys aren't for me. They're not going to fight for me. Like, why should I believe anything they say? Yeah, and exactly, like, anyone who, if someone believes anything within the Democratic Party, as you're saying, Boy Meets Me, they're going to fucking crush them, like they're trying to do with fucking Zoran Mamdani, and like they did with Omar Fateh, when they basically tried to do everything possible to sabotage the DFL endorsement that he got, which they were fucking successful in.
That is a cherry pick. Come on.
Inflation is the most important issue.
I want to talk to you guys about Monarch money. Sometimes it's tough to remember where all your
another ad.
You're in the House of Representatives, and you have to run every 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you have to wait till you just start running for the next one after you win an election?
You start immediately. Yeah. It's like you're in a constant state of campaigning.
Is a campaign?
Yeah, that's kind of a problem, right? Like, one of the biggest problems with Congress, fundamentally speaking, is the fact that, well, one of the most important branches of Congress is expected to be constantly fucking campaigning. I mean, I've talked about this before, but the sort of idea that the expectation for congressional members is the fact that they have to be consistently campaigning instead of, doing what they are, which is doing what they're supposed to be doing for Congress, which is their dutiful duty for representing the constituencies of America, might be a bit of an issue, Like, personally, I think that people should not be having to campaign constantly at all times in order to be able to sort of, for lack of a better term, be a part of fucking Congress. I think it might be a bit of a problem, in fact.
And go to fundraisers, do all this stuff. Is that a distraction from the work that you have to do?
It can, but I feel like if you're effective at governing, then it improves your ability to get reelected. So if you're a good congressman, you're going to be popular in your district and you're going to be well positioned to be reelected.
Does it suck that you have to fundraise, right?
It sucks. Fundraising sucks.
Yeah. And because of Citizens United,
it's nauseating to ask people for money.
Do you feel like it's eroded people's faith in the institution, right?
I feel like too much money is too much time to spend on fundraising, especially if you're a frontline member who has a fiercely contested general election every 2 years where tens of millions of dollars are spent. You could be spending more than half your time every week
at a banquet,
or just call time, just dialing for dollars.
You were criticized, I saw, for Blackstone donation, right? And it's understood that they are the architects of the housing crisis, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, you receive contributions from thousands of people who are employees from all over the place.
You can send it back, say fuck off.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they're giving you a check just because?
I decide issues on the merits. I don't know what others do, but I decide issues on the merits.
So is it just because check?
I love how Ritchie Torres is immediately like, I'm not willing to turn down a particular a donation from fucking BlackRock. Like, Ritchie, like, you can just say, like, you know what? No. Personally, BlackRock, you guys suck and are like Adam fucking said himself, a big reason for as to why there's a fucking housing crisis within America.
Just
like,
because
they're just giving...
like, you can just say no, right? Like, that's like part of the problem that I have with a lot of, like, especially conservatives and like conservative Democrats. For whatever reason, they seemingly don't understand, for whatever reason, that they also have agency within, like, the stuff that they can do. Like, you can make decisions yourself. You're an adult, like, you can just say, like, you know what? You guys are part of the reason why America is as shit as it is. I'm not going to accept your donations. You can go fuck yourself. You can just be like, no, smile, and just move on with your life. It's one of those things where it's you say it and it seems like extremely obvious, but for whatever reason within for people in Congress, they just can never seem to bring themselves to be able to do it, which is why a lot of people have, well, broadly speaking, I would say have lost a lot of faith within the broader electoral process, especially in America.
You money just because they think you're nice?
I'm pretty sure that even there are lefty candidates who got money from people who are employed. Yeah, rank and file employees, sure.
I figure you could maybe if you're like this guy. This guy's making my constituents' lives.
Yeah, exactly.
You can be like, fuck you, I don't want it. I'm gonna say.
This is why I totally agree with that. This is why a parliamentary system is better, 1000%, right? Making it such that you don't have to campaign as often, making it such that you don't have to do all the constant schmoozing for dollars in cash as much as you have to in order to be able to be able to mount an effective fucking campaign. You don't have to do any of that as much if you have less frequent campaigning, parliamentary system, different parties being able to be represented. It's bunch of different factors that can help contribute to the fact that you don't have to spend as much fucking time campaigning. There's regulations. I've talked about this concept before, but the halls of Congress are completely and utterly broken. There's a reason why their approval rating is as low as it is, right?
Blue district, right?
People should judge me by my record. So yeah, by the legislation I pass. Yeah, I work 7 days a week. I'm visible in my district. I'm on the ground. I'm happy to. Yeah. If you ever want to take tours of my district, I'm happy to walk you through my district.
Yeah, I like this. I've been to the zoo in Yankee Stadium.
Right. Well, not the actual projects, not the amenities, not the institutions.
Yeah.
I can give you a sense of racially concentrated poverty in a place like the Bronx.
So that's what my question is. Where
do you live? Which borough?
I live in Brooklyn. Yeah, and that's my question.
So you might be divorced from the experience of racially concentrated poverty.
But what does that have to do with taking money from blacks? I just feel like that's a deflection. And I don't want to. I don't want to an argument.
If you want to question my ability to represent my district, I'm happy to show you what I do. I'm happy to bring you my district.
What I'm calling into question is the institution, right? I'm calling into question the system, and you're functioning within a system, right?
I receive contributions from tens of thousands of people. I can't keep track of every person. I'm not responsible for every person.
I mean, again, how much corporate back, what's the name of the site? It's somethingsecrets.com. You can directly take a look, because a lot of these campaign contributions that Ritchie Torres gets has to be it has to be known. You have to be known. Open Secrets. Thank you, Boyman Spinney. Open Secrets. You can see directly a lot of contributions that people like Ritchie Torres gets, because it's by law. OpenSecrets.com, I assume. That is definitely not it. Open Secrets campaign donations. Here it is. Fall into money. I'm going to politicians, members of Congress. Search for a member. Ritchie Torres. Top industry. Gets a lot of money from securities and investments. Here's APAC, of course. And this is from the years of 2023 to 2024. So he gets a lot of stuff from securities and investments firms. Makes sense. He's in fucking New York. A lot of investment firms operate out of New York because New York Stock Exchange is right there. We have, of course, APAC. Lots of money he gets from fucking APAC. NORPAC. Ooh, he gets about $62,000 from Blackstone. Interesting. That's a decent wad of cash that he gets from fucking Blackstone. I have no idea who the fucking Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher is. KKR and Co. In terms of the industry, gets even a fucking industry breakdown, from lawyers and law firms, 550,000, real estate firms. If we're talking about, again, the housing crisis that's within the U.S., there's a reason why Ritchie Torres does not push for a lot of legislation that would be, that's pro-housing policy. Look at how much money he gets from fucking real estate firms. About almost $1 million. Of course, he's incredibly pro-Israel. APAC Tracker has constantly talked about how he is one of the highest people who gets donations specifically from fucking APAC. Of course, securities and investments companies. This is why, again, broadly speaking, I've talked about this concept before, why people do not like Congress and do not trust a lot of shit that fucking Congress does, because they know that they get a lot of fucking money and they're just out of touch elitists.
person.
You forgot?
I'm only responsible for what I do.
Okay. So you
So you can
have
you
ever...
can play the gotcha game, but that's not.
I'm not trying to play
No,
that.
but
I think you're used to like Anderson Cooper 360, and I'm from Pumptown
No,
Podcast.
I'm happy to answer whatever question you have.
From
Well,
Pumptown
here's a question for you. I think you've established yourself as the fiercest champion of the state of Israel in Congress.
I've never described myself in those terms.
I'm
pro-Israel, but those are terms.
Well, I think maybe you've been dubbed that.
Yes.
Okay, listen, like I'm a Jewish person,
Yeah.
like I have my own opinions on this, you have your own opinions, and this is a really frustrating conversation to see people have on the internet. I don't get an opportunity to talk to someone that's making decisions and supporting these things that are a huge deal to people right now.
Sure.
Yeah. One thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to start with you, is that you described your first trip to Israel in 2015 as a life-changing experience, and I just wanted to follow the narrative of like you growing up and your struggles, and then going into the government. Like what was that experience like, and what bred that passion for Israel in you?
Well, since I grew up poor my whole life, I never had an opportunity to travel abroad.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever
Free trip.
went to a foreign
So
country.
it was life-changing because you went on a
Part of
trip.
the reason went abroad for the first time, life-changing. But also, when you experience the complex.
So that's kind of like the main problem specifically with a lot of people in Congress, like in terms of being offered free trips specifically by the state of Israel. And I mean that's like basically the intention, right? It's meant to sort of like sell the propaganda and ingratiate people in the minds of like the state of fucking Israel. There's a reason why a lot of members of fucking Congress are specifically given, well, all expenses free paid trips to Israel to just check out just how awesome and wonderful the, well, apartheid system and the genocide that the fucking Israelis are constantly committing. Yeah, like, first outing from your country, to an apartheid state. Yeah, a little weird, bro.
Of Israel.
Yeah.
Go to the old
What
city.
did you see? Like, what did you witness? Like,
We'll go to the old city.
yeah. I've been there.
Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah.
Go to the Masada. Jews committed suicide, escape
Of
enslavement.
course, I like Masada.
The Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Went to State Road. Spoke to the local mayor who said that.
You went to Gaza?
I did not go to Gaza. No.
What did you say? Gaza envelope?
No, Gaza envelope, which is right on the border with. It's Israel, but it's right at the border with Gaza. So.
It's right next to the fence.
Yeah, it's in Park 72.
What's at the Gaza envelope?
Like,
I've never heard that
State
term
Road.
before.
State Road.
Yeah, with the rockets.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. How far is State Road from Gaza? It's like a mile or something.
Yeah, within a mile.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, again, fucking a Gaza envelope, like, all these, like, strange fucking terms that have to be consistently, like, brought up in order to sort of, I don't know, like, it's the Gaza Strip. Like, why are we doing this, like, I don't know, really strange, like, pussyfooting around and bullshit like that? I always find that to be particularly off.
It's right next to it.
Yeah, striking proximity.
Tough. It's a small place. The whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's why Hamas was able to so easily penetrate on October 7th.
By getting over the fence.
Yeah, and it's so close.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to know because it seems like it was powerful.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's informed your record, and I that's what's interesting to me. It's like your story and how you got here, and like I think it's narratively what fascinates me.
Maybe one day you'll give me a chance to tell it, though.
Why are you annoyed by this question?
I'm kidding. So I spoke to local mayor State Road,
yeah.
and he said to me that the majority of his children struggle with post-traumatic stress because families like his live under the threat of relentless rocket fire. And I remember seeing these bus stops doubling as bomb shelters. I come from the Bronx where people live in fear of bullets and guns, but we in America do not worry about Canada and Mexico firing rockets into American homes and communities. We're a country of 330 million people. We're surrounded by oceans and.
Guys, I wonder why a lot of people, like a lot of Palestinians, might not be very particularly happy with the treatment that they're receiving from specifically the state of Israel. I couldn't possibly think of anything in particular,
Israel's a tiny democracy the size of New Jersey that's literally surrounded by both state and non-state actors that are intent on wiping it off the map. So, I left Israel with empathy for the unique security situation that Israel faces.
Did you visit the occupied territories?
I went into not Gaza, but I went to the Palestinian Ramallah. So.
Yeah, Ramallah.
Yeah.
And what did you see when you were there?
We spoke to Palestinians who obviously have a much more critical view of Israel. And
that didn't resonate as much as. Like, what was your takeaway from hearing the mayor say his children have PTSD, and then this guy's like, Israel's screwing with me?
Well, look, I'm in favor of a two-state solution.
Sure.
I feel like the just outcome lies not in the existence of a Jewish state to the exclusion of a Palestinian state, or the existence of a Palestinian state to the exclusion of a Jewish state. It's the coexistence of both. So I think I want to see the struggle, both the Israeli and the Palestinian struggle for self-determination, to be reconciled in the form of a two-state solution.
A big topic nowadays is campus act.
Well, I mean, again, we've talked about the problems with a fucking two-state fucking solution. The fundamental structure of apartheid will remain in place. So, fundamentally speaking, that's why it's like farcical to assume that the two-state solution is going to be as successful as like all these motherfuckers seemingly think it's going to be. Like, a lot of these dudes who are just like, yeah, dude, man, we're gonna totally have a two-state fucking solution. It's gonna be really, really epic and poggers and fantastic and excellent. And it's just like, dog, the reason why a lot of people are also just not down with the fucking two-state solution is because, like I'm mentioning right now, the fundamental root cause and root basis as to why the Palestinians are, well, for lack of a better term, struggling in the way that they are, is because, like, generally speaking, people are just not going to be interested in doing what is necessary to have a two-state solution, because one side of that fucking coin, that being the side of the Israelis, of course, is not interested in having rapport with people that are also living in their state. Like, that's the main fucking problem here. Like, it's not gonna fucking work. It's gonna be a complete shit show disaster.
Anti-Semitism.
Yep.
You've spoken out against it. I just want to know what you identify as the examples of this type of anti-Semitism in elite academic institutions.
Yeah, so there were students at CUNY Hello, where you had what I thought was an aggressive mob following them to a kosher restaurant in the heart of New York City. And
what were they doing in the mob? What was the mob doing?
just following them, and then barricaded the restaurant and
You're like chanting?
hurled insults at the patrons and slamming the windows. Much of it is captured in video footage.
Yeah.
And, harassing people simply for being.
What's the what is he talking about? Do we know? What? Let's say, what is it? Jewish New Yorkers getting followed by a mob. Sure. I'm curious. I wanna see this claim. Mob of Orthodox Jewish men chased Brooklyn woman after mistaking her for protester against Israeli security minister. That's a little different. NYPD harassment of Jewish woman. Okay, how about Jewish New Yorkers getting followed by pro-Palestine protesters? Sure. There's got to be a report about this, right? Well, we're still getting the Orthodox Jewish men thing. I'm trying to see, like, if someone could also in chat provide the claim. Like, what is Ritchie Torres exactly talking about here? I'm curious, right? Like, what is this? Who's behind the pro-Palestinian protests? Again, this is still the thing about the Orthodox Jewish men. Pro-Palestinian protesters caused disturbance outside New York Stock Exchange. Well, that's a protest. That's not the thing that we're particularly looking for. I'm not really finding anything. You know, I'm trying to find this claim here by Ritchie Torres. And it's not passing the fucking smell test. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not fucking detecting anything. Anyone finding anything? Listen, can be provided in chat. I'm not finding anything in terms of the claim here by Ritchie Torres. Again, Palestinian protesters. The protests themselves were like mostly fucking peaceful, right? I say mostly because, like, I mean, technically anything can fucking happen. They were fucking peaceful, right? Like, the idea that basically there's a bunch of, like, roving bands of, like, pro-Palestinian protesters, like, gallivanting about, doing everything possible to make it more miserable for, like, Jewish students is, well, for lack of a better term, just complete nonsense. And yes, I was just about to say Boy Meets Many. The people who are generally inciting violence during the fucking during the protests were on the side of Israel. It was the fucking Zionists who were the main people that were inciting more fucking violence in comparison to that of the pro-Palestinian side. Very, very often, a lot of people who were a part of the and there's like videos about this as well. Like, you can fucking find the videos of like dudes who are pro fucking Zionist, basically going directly to the cops and being like, yo, like there's like protesters here and they're causing like a disturbance and shit like that, blah 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 blah. There's videos about this, like, of Zionists working directly with the fucking police departments in order to crack down on the fucking protesters. Like, that's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. There's videos of this. Like, listen, we can find it, right? Zionist counter protester talking with police. What new footage? Exclusive. Zionist appears to direct police on whom to arrest during London Gaza March. Well, that's in London. It was also happening in New York. Warned of Jewish protests. Campaign to smear Palestinian protests. Met police push a pro-Palestinian Jewish woman. Right? Like, the main people who have been doing the violence has been the police. The like even on like staff and teachers, they've also been doing the fucking violence. Like that's why. And yeah, 1000% Boy Meets Mini. Like the Zionists know that the fucking goddamn police are not going to do anything to them, so that's why they do it. Like it's purely fucking intended just for, I don't know, the suffering of fucking Palestinians. I don't think there's like really any other way to put it besides they just want Palestinians to suffer. Like that's really about it.
Pro-Israel Jews to me is wrong.
Is there any other examples? Like, there's a restaurant. I mean, it's just like all we're hearing about is campus anti-Semitism, radical. Like, is there a link between Hamas and the protests? Like, is that established?
There are students who have faced harassment and intimidation because of their beliefs. There are students who feel inhibited from expressing their Jewish or Zionist identity because of the atmosphere of intimidation or harassment on college campuses. You should speak to this. Are you denying that there's any campus anti-Semitism?
Well, I'll give you an example. I know a younger person that went to UCLA and was attacked and is Jewish and was with a group of Jewish people at a protest, and they were attacked by the Proud Boys.
That's true.
That's an anti-Semitic incident.
No, but the Proud Boys were there for Israel, and those are the guys that did
Proud
Charlottesville.
Boys are there for Israel?
Yeah.
I think Proud Boys is like white nationalists and white supremacists.
I'm telling you right now.
Time for the obfuscation. Yeah, Ritchie Torres, like, oh, what do you mean? The fucking fascists are pro-Israel? Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes fucking perfect sense. Like, dog, like, they're the ones who are simping for fucking Israel the most. Like, yeah, obviously they're gonna be pro fucking Zionist. It makes perfect fucking sense. Yeah, their Zionist identity. Yeah. The colonizer identity. Very, very commonplace.
Listen, I'm like a comedian, right? Like, I hate when comedians, especially on the internet, like speak from a position of authority with like about crap that they don't know about. You know, this is one topic I feel like I can speak on, and
on college campus anti-Semitism.
No, on anti-Semitism
in general, because you haven't been in college how long? Well, 2 decades. Right?
I'm telling you my experience of anti-Semitism in the last 2 years, but the last 2 years have felt different in America. And I don't know if you've been on Twitter recently. Now a ton of people are questioning the validity of the Holocaust happening.
Yes.
Can you tell me with a straight face that those are the 18-year-old kids at Columbia that are doing that?
The 18-year-old kids at Columbia?
Are they doing those posts about the Holocaust never having existed? You know who's doing it.
No, we disagree here.
You think that it's the...
So don't put words in my mouth.
Wait! Is Ritchie Torres gonna make the fucking argument that it's pro-Palestinian people that are making the pro-fucking Nazi arguments? And not the Nazis? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
It's people on the right. Let me tell you.
You're suggesting there's no one on the far left that denies the Holocaust? Or downplays the Holocaust? That's
what? You're doing moot court right
now. Alright, now we're starting to get into the fucking real, like, stupid meme tier shit. Like, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? No, that is complete, utter fucking nonsense. Like, what? Does he unironically fucking believe that that people within fucking the left wing are the main ones who are perpetrating like Holocaust fucking denial? Dude, if you go on fucking Twitter right now, the main people who are talking about the non-validity of the or not non-validity, but the non-existence of the Holocaust are all right-wingers. Literally, the recent fucking shooter was a Nazi who was also denying the fucking Holocaust, writing things on the fucking like magazines of the gun that she used, saying like 6 million wasn't enough. That person's a Nazi, Richie, not fucking pro-Palestinian protesters. Jesus Christ, man.
I'll tell you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
But there are other different
I'm trying to see. Why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're the government. I don't get a chance to talk. Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people has exploded in this country, and I don't think it's. I think it's
Adam is correct here.
Of what
like Adam is just 1000% correct here. Yeah, hatred of Jewish people has exploded within like the United States of America. Like it has, like broadly fucking speaking, like. In terms of like anti-fucking Semitic incidents that have been going on as a result of, well, a lot of Zionists, and we talked about this before, but Zionists very often blur the line between being, Jewish and Zionist. Being a Zionist does not equate to being a Jew. Do not get it fucking twisted, alright? Not the fucking same shit under any fucking circumstance. Israel specifically does that conflation all the time because they see it as a way for basically being able to be like, to kowtow their genocide of the Palestinian people in, well, a particular fucking language, saying that we are the safe state of Israel, we are the protectors of all fucking Jews, the Zionist state, right? And the problem with that should be extremely fucking obvious. By equating yourself with an ethno-nationalist, white supremacist based theory that its main express purpose is to build a Jewish-only state within the territory of fucking Palestine, people are going to start making some associations, might start to do some fucking conflations. That, again, people like Theodore Herschel himself and a lot of other pro-Zionists, theorists, and writers have talked about, saying like, oh yeah, like, we like the fact that these associations are being made. We are okay with the fact that a lot of anti-Semites basically associate, well, being Jewish with being Zionist, because it helps further the fucking project, right? A lot of them fucking would have been big fans of the actions of a lot of fucking anti-Semites, with like the Proud Boys and stuff like that. And the Proud Boys are okay with stuff like this as well, because they see Israel as, well, an actual ethno-nationalist fucking project, something that they can fucking aspire to. They can do the whole, like, anti-Semitic, like, moral preening and all this fucking bullshit, but they're not actually being, in reality, they don't actually give a fuck about that. Now, in the cases of right-wingers who are anti-Zionist, a lot of them do it off of the basis of the fact that they just are, simply put, anti-Semitic. That is not the case with a lot of left-wingers. For some, there can be for some, but they are a tiny fucking minority. Not the majority, as like Ritchie here is suggesting, right? Like, it's complete fucking nonsense.
To be an absolute brutality. And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism? Here's the thing. You think Israeli government policies are justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting, that's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish? And for kids to be starving right now? And why is my government... I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just... For me, I have the experience of...
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like...
Are you crazy right now? Why would I do that?
That is actually, yeah. So this is the fucking main clip that's going around. Like, he thinks that Adam is justifying anti-Semitism because he's talking about, like, dog, the main problem is with the conflation that a lot of people, including, like, Ritchie Torres himself, does. The conflation between fucking Judaism and Zionism. Like, are you going to be fucking surprised about the fact that a lot of people are going to start equivocating a lot of the actions of fucking Israel and start attributing that to all fucking Jews? Very, very interesting. Oh, yeah, exactly. It's a very good link that you just posted there, Boy Meets Minute. Yeah, Zionism, what the fuck, Zionist or Nazi, where basically it goes through a bunch of fucking different clips, or not clips, but a bunch of different fucking quotes said by a lot of fucking prominent Nazis and Zionists, and the immediate pattern that you're going to see is just like, damn, a lot of these seem to overlap and correlate. Very, very fucking interesting, which should tell you something about the main basis for us to why Zionism as a movement, as a political, as a colonial fucking project is bad. The reason why it is fucking bad is simply due to the fact that, crazy, fundamentally speaking, it is all about the ethno-fucking nationalism. That is what it's all about with fucking Zionism, which is why the equivocation with what Ritchie Torres is doing by saying that being anti-Zionist is being anti-Semitic is an extremely fucking dangerous one. And a lot of fucking Jews will talk about, like, yeah, this is actually, like, a really bad thing. And a lot of fucking scholars would also agree with that. Very, very fucking ridiculous. But, you know, as expected from fucking Ritchie Torres. He is one of Israel's fucking strongest soldiers, you know? He loves defending Israel. He loves the fucking AIPAC money that he gets.
You're doing the I'm Hamas thing?
I'm not
it's
saying
not a
Hamas,
winner.
but it's, I'm not, I think
we'll do a different tack.
The Israeli government policy should have
I
no
think
bearing on... If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government, but there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving
again, like, what fucking intimidation and fucking harassment is being received? Like, attacks on fucking synagogues have gone up, not because of, like, left-wingers doing day fucking drum circles and day protests and stuff. No, because of anti-Semites attacking attacking those synagogues based off of the fact that they are just anti-fucking Semitic. Like, again, and with Ritchie Torres doing the conflationary bit that he seems to love doing consistently to justify the actions of the Israeli state, whoa, it only helps further contribute to anti-Semitism within the United States of America. It's just complete fucking nonsense, dude.
More hate because of what the people with the flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now. And I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this. So you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew can do that.
Yep.
It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this.
Adam is just correct here.
1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the savior.
By the way, this was a video done specifically by Jacob Geller. Very, very good video talking about the failures of the Nuremberg trials. One of the biggest fucking reasons for as to why Nuremberg was as big of a failure as it was in prosecuting the fucking Nazis was because there was no standards for crimes against humanity established at that point, because no one really thought that something like this could fucking happen, which, I mean, back in the fucking 1930s, I mean, stuff like this has already been fucking happening. Take a look at what happened with Native Americans within America, and also the Congo under King Leopold of Belgium. You know, millions of fucking people that you can also classify those as like broader sort of like crimes against fucking humanity. Like, that's why people were just like, they were just not ready for something like this. And for it to be as like crazy and fucking blatant as it was with the Holocaust is insane. This is an Eli Valley cartoon switching nationalities around the quotes to be by New York Times contributors. What's this? Yeah. New York Times Warsaw Ghetto Edition. Thought leaders at the most morally transit. There we go. Op-ed page in the country react to a Warsaw Jewish teenager shot dead in 1942 while trying to scale the ghetto wall. And again, very, very often, a lot of Israeli Jews, and this is another problem which heavily plays into the sort of like ethno-nationalist supremacist ideas that are being sort of talked about here. A lot of them will say and talk about how Jews who died in the fucking Holocaust were the weak Jews, and that the Zionist Jews are the stronger blooded fucking Jews. It is just an inherently incredibly fucking racist ethno-supremacist ideology, which is why it should be pushed back against vociferously. There's this very strange idea that if only Germany had allowed people to breach the border, then somehow they would have all set up an encampment and saying kumbaya. This beggar's belief, dying for a photo op is what happened. And I have no, like, if it was 1930s, I would not be surprised if fucking Barry Weiss said that. We have more people like fucking David Brooks, Thomas Friedland, Brett Stevens. These guys are all incredibly fucking pro-Zionist fucking op-ed writers constantly within the fucking New York Times. And these people are fucking psychos, man. Psychos.
And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. You know? And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, like, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys. Read the EDL surveys on it.
It's hard.
This is actually fucking ridiculous, man. Like, dude, Adam is being incredibly, like, heartfelt and is trying to, hey, like, honestly, he's trying to tee up Ritchie Torres to try to be, like, empathetic, to actually be like a fucking human. And he just can't do it. He can't do it. Like, I don't know, like, the idea that, like, a lot of people think that, like, Congress are just, like, occupied by a bunch of, like, different fucking lizard people is just, like, it's more and more being confirmed with, like, interviews like this. This should be an easy fucking slam dunk. This should be the easiest fucking thing on the planet. And Ritchie Torres, he just can't do it. He can't do it.
It's hard for me to talk about this in
Well,
public.
clearly, I mean,
You're being a dick. That's mean.
no, I'm not being honest. Clearly, it's an emotional topic.
All right, I'll share with you what happened.
I'm not.
I lived there.
I wouldn't say too mean,
Sir, I lived there when I was 18,
Yeah.
and I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it will stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down a hill, at a Palestinian village. I saw how they lived. I turned back and looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people in, and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing.
And specifically what Adam is talking about here, and he's correct when he's bringing this up, this is what's going on in the fucking West Bank, where, by the way, I thought we were only trying to go after Hamas, Israel. Like, what happened? Why are we also trying to go after the fucking West Bank? Well, that's a little suspicious, isn't it?
You keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're complaining two different issues.
Please. Can you say
the fact that he's calling the main problem that he's having is that this is a fucking conflation is just incredible. Like, fundamentally, there is no humanity in like someone like this. He does not care about children bleeding and fucking dying in the fucking streets of fucking Gaza, because again, he's a complete utter fucking narcissistic fucking sociopath. This is some real fucking psycho behavior here.
This to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history, and it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, like it is one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish. You know, and I don't understand why you would be.
Look how you define. I feel like I'm here to be lectured, not.
Shut up. That's not nice. You can't talk that way. Why? What?
I feel like I'm here to be fucking lectured, dog. Like, come on. Ritchie, you're okay with the starving and bombing of fucking children, man. Like, come on, bro.
I'm not here to be fucking lectured by this stupid dumb fuck comedian who doesn't know anything about my ardent defense for fucking Israel.
Like, come on, bro. Like, children are fucking dying. Like, are you actually fucking crazy? I like how they keep cutting to Ritchie and he's just sitting there like adult. Well, I mean, like, fundamentally speaking, he's just a fucking sociopath who's just okay with fucking genocide. Like, that's the only, like, assumption you can make in this particular instance. He doesn't give a fuck that children are suffering and dying. That's all that there is to it.
One said Jews more than others.
No one's saying any.
What happened? You went to the beach in Israel? What, you went to a restaurant or something? A nice restaurant? Like, listen.
Never been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade.
This is the year 2025.
Yeah.
The world is seeing something that looks terrible, and it's being done in my name, and I don't know what to do.
But the war began on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Yes, when Hamas systematically murdered and made. You want
okay.
Look.
The war began on fucking October's. First off, again, calling this what's going on in Gaza a fucking war is hilarious to me. Like, the northern parts of fucking Gaza are bombed out, turned rubble into rubble into rubble, and they just keep fucking bombing there, thinking there's going to be like more little fucking Hamas links. No, it gets to a particular point where about the fucking genocide. The point is the fucking suffering with these people. They don't give a fuck about anything else. But I don't know if it cut. Did we cut out there for a second? We had a little spike there. There was a bit of a spike. Are we good? We good? Was there anything going on? Are we okay? A bit good now. Yeah, the fucking we had a little bit of a hiccup. Well, a little bit of a hiccup. God, what was I saying? I should probably just reiterate the point that I had. Like, we know, like, it buffered. Okay. I'll just say it again. Like, we know exactly, like, what's fucking going on there at this point. Like, in the northern parts of fucking Gaza, at this point, like, all the Israelis are doing is just bombing the shit out of rubble, and they just keep bombing the shit out of fucking rubble. Like, there's no Hamas there. There's nothing there for them. They just keep bombing the absolute living fuck out of them because, again, as I've been saying consistently, the point is the fucking ethnic cleansing. The point is, well, the fucking suffering at this point. Like, we all know, and it's been talked about before, like, I don't know, ad infinitum at this point, but they want to reoccupy the fucking Gaza Strip. Like, at this point, there's been fucking plans drawn up. There's a bunch of different bullshit also happening behind the scenes. in fucking Israel with the fucking state of Israel. They want to redo the fucking occupation that they had from what would have been during 2007, 2006, something like that. I could be misremembering the year exactly, right? And, well, they got fucking kicked out. Well, not kicked out. They were forced out because of, well, people in Gaza fucking resisting, because no one was fucking tolerating any of that fucking bullshit, right? Like, everyone was fucking pissed about it, and the Israelis were forced to retreat as a result. And they're trying to basically redo the exact same fucking shit. That's the point of all this. And Ritchie's just gonna, like, sit there being like, well, you know, I'm more concerned and want to focus more on the fucking anti-Semitism that's, like, going on, like, college campuses and all this fucking bullshit. That's why, like, a lot of this shit, like, in the minds of most young people, it rings completely fucking hollow. It just rings hollow.
We're going down a rabbit hole. We fundamentally disagree. But Hamas murdered and maimed and mutilated and abducted and tortured thousands of people. That's not television. That's a fact. That's reality. You can deny it. You can downplay it.
I'm not denying October 7th.
Well, you seem to be.
You're doing I'm pro October 7th. You're doing I'm pro Hamas.
I never said you were pro Hamas. You're putting words in my mouth.
It is.
But you seem to be downplaying it.
There, for the last 17 years, people have been under a blockade where they cannot leave. If you were born in a place and there's a fence there, and
yeah, again, like this, it's the standard fucking Zionist talking point, specifically that Ritchie Torres is engaging with here. He's doing this because of the fact that he is just pro-Zionist. He just is okay with, well, honestly, for the lack of a better term, he's just okay with fucking killing people. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. He is pro-Zionist. He just wants Palestinians to suffer.
And he says you can't go anywhere. Would you like that guy? If you treat people like animals, sometimes they're going to flash out.
I sincerely believe, maybe I'm wrong, that if Palestinians were governed not by a terrorist organization like Hamas in Gaza, but by a regime that was able and willing to make peace with Israel, the situation would be fundamentally different.
The preconditions for this happening are
again, like, this completely fucking sociopathic. He's just fundamentally incapable of just engaging with the main problems here. It's insane.
Undeniably, something that the Israeli government was fully aware of. Why would Bibi Netanyahu? Okay,
do you think October 7th was justified?
No.
Okay, I'm happy you said that.
Are you listening to what I'm saying right now?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Why would the Israeli government, Hamas wants to eradicate the Jewish people and the Jewish state? Is that right?
That's what Hamas has said, yeah.
Okay, then why would they directly give Hamas money, literally bags of cash in suitcases through the Qataris? Nearly, I think over $1 billion in cash during this last 17 years.
That's a fair point. Great question.
If one of those kids at Columbia wrote a 5
Hey, Richie, that is a good question. Are you going to answer that? I feel like that's a question that merits a particular answer. Like, why do you think the Israelis are doing that? We know why the Israelis are fucking doing that. It's because, fundamentally speaking, it is about the fucking genocide. That's what they want to do. They just want to fucking kill people. Like, that's the entirety of it. Like, it's so fucking ridiculously obvious that, like, fucking everyone in the fucking Democratic Party is starting to fucking see it. They know. But, like, again, people from Congress, who gives a shit about any of that stuff?
Them to get him over being a terrorist.
It's a fair point.
Does that make Benjamin Netanyahu a terrorist? He's supporting terror.
The United States, it seems to me, the United States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why, but that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something that looks this horrific to people. I think it's the same reason. I think it makes it look like the Jews control the government, but really what it is the more boring answer. It's the reason why the government and you guys don't get shit done. It's the reason why Sandy Hook can happen. You guys can't do gun reform. It's because
why can't we do gun reform?
Because special interest groups can buy influence in our government.
Which political parties against gun reform?
The NRA has the power.
It's the Republican Party.
We allow our government to be flooded with cash and money, and it's
Adam, by the way, is correct here. Like, the problem is the fact that Citizens United has effectively given, well, corporations the ability to do speech. That's the fucking main problem here. Yeah, exactly, Alex, right? Like, the point was, like, and that's a very good point, I should have mentioned this. The reason why they gave Hamas is to try to crack down on secular resistance, to make it look like the Palestinians, fundamentally, the Palestinians are all fucking extremists, and we should just be allowed to fucking just get rid of them because there's no redeeming qualities to any of the Palestinians, right? Like, you know, should say that immediately for clarification.
What's scary to me is that it looks that people are starting to question the Holocaust ever happening. How could Jews maybe they invented the Holocaust?
You're blaming Israel for Holocaust denial?
I'm blaming our government for supporting a genocide.
Yeah.
But it is unfathomable in my heart, and it breaks my heart that we could be capable of
I
it.
think we should move on.
Why is that?
We just fundamentally disagree. So
I think I'm talking to you like a about where I come from and that it feels different, and maybe I have a different perspective.
You have a different perspective.
But
I know people who have a perspective that's different from yours.
Yeah.
With a much smaller platform than you.
I'm not. I hate this conversation.
I know.
You know, I have it with my family. You know, it's not something. I love my family.
If it were up to me, we would not be having this because we're speaking a foreign language.
My family grew up in South Africa, right? We were like Jews from Eastern Europe that literally we thought we were going to Ellis Island. My grandma, all the grannies stayed, and my parents' whole generation of South African Jews left. And when I was a kid, like growing up, I used to write all my who's my hero essays on Nelson Mandela, and he was like a hero of mine, right? And he was also, you know, in prison, you know, for terrorism too. I don't want to get it. You're gonna go Hamas is. I'm not debating Hamas. He was called that, and he went to my synagogue after he got out of prison, and he spoke to like all the grandmas who like were still there. They didn't have to fucking move because black people could vote. And he said, "Tell your kids to come back because we need them to build our country." I don't know. I think that I don't see what's wrong with people being afforded the right to vote.
Do you think that's what Hamas means when it says free Palestine from the river to the sea?
To me, it seems like maybe if there's a recognition that people were cleared off their land in 1948.
But there are those who only want a Jewish state, and there are those who only want a Palestinian state.
Then they can fuck off.
And we should be advocating for the coexistence of Jewish state and a Palestinian state.
Why can't
I continue to believe a two-state solution ultimately is the inevitable path forward.
It's stupid.
Like I've said before, like no one fucking agrees with that. For a two-state solution to be possible, again, I've said this point constantly before, it requires both sides to fucking agree to that fucking solution. Israel, being the main power in question here, does not fundamentally agree with a fucking two-state solution. So at this point, it is an impasse. They want to maintain the apartheid structure, right? That's the fucking point of any of this, right? They just want to fucking ethnically cleanse the fucking Palestinians. That's why they're doing what they're doing.
You know, there were 1,000 Jews who were murdered before the establishment of Israel, like half a century before the establishment of Israel. 1,000 Jews.
Yeah, they were killing each other, Jews and Palestinians. Yeah,
the Hebron massacre.
It doesn't make sense to me. This, you know, in 2025,
The only point was there was violence against Jews before the establishment of the state of Israel.
there's violence against Palestinians, and there was an ethnic cleansing in 1948.
Yeah, like, it was not just during fucking... I mean, Ritchie Torres, I guess it should be expected that, whoa, he wants to fucking also downplay the actions of the Zionist militias during the fucking 20s. Like, whoa, crazy, who would have thought? Ritchie Torres fucking downplaying all that shit. But yeah, like, Adam is correct here. Like, there's a lot of fucking complicated reasonings. Like, as the Zionists, as the Ashkenazi Jews were moving more and more into Palestine, they were clashing with, well, Palestinian militias and fucking farmers, right? Because again, the point of them doing this, it's the fucking ethnic cleansing. That's what they want to do.
I mean, the Hebron massacre.
What are you talking about right now? You're the government. Listen, I just want to argue.
So you're not familiar with the Hebron massacre in 1929?
Well, you're saying that justifies an entire ethnic cleansing in 1948?
Israel was
Well, this is even a good argument.
Israel.
What are you talking
I
about?
didn't realize we were debating.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, the argument that one massacre happens means that should justify a fucking ethnic cleansing is really fucking stupid, obviously.
I don't want to do it, but you say something like that.
The Jewish state was established by international law, right? The UN passed a resolution that recognized the establishment of a Jewish state, and there were a number of Arab countries, including Egypt, that declared war on Israel.
Yes.
The War of Independence. And Israel won the war.
The Palestinians didn't declare war on them. They were just people that were living there, and they were kicked off their
By the
land.
way, there were
either
800,000 Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the Arab world.
Do you know
there were Jews. You know how many Jews there are?
Not
in
by
the
the
Arab world?
Palestinians.
I'm not talking about the broader Arab
So
world.
why do the Palestinians have to bear the responsibility of the Algerians kicking the Jews out?
You can
Why do the Palestinians bear the responsibility of Egypt invading
Israel's been a
1948?
state for 77 years.
Bro, it's so
And
depressing
so
what you're saying right now.
you're proposing to undo an established state?
No, I know people that live there. I have family that live there.
Then
I don't think that they should
what are you
leave.
proposing?
I'm proposing a democracy. I'm proposing an extensive demographic study of what was taken and what was lost, extensive reparations for what was taken, and a truth and reconciliation process where we can end this shit. What we're seeing right now is that members of the Israeli government are talking about clearing that shit out, and Trump, our president, is talking about putting a fucking jet ski museum there. And that's the reality right
That's the
now.
far right, yes.
It's
That's
the
what
far
you
right.
gotta reject, so.
What the far right? I'm talking about the government and the generals.
Yeah, that's not just the far right. That is just general broader Israeli society. Even like a lot of more liberal sort of Jews within Israel fundamentally also just agree with, they just want to fucking do the ethnic cleansing, like that they're just basically not going fucking far enough. Like has been consistently said at this point, the point is the fucking ethnic cleansing. That's what the fucking Zionists want to do. It's complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, he is making a lot better arguments than that fucking dipshit who decided to come into Discord. Although I'll be quite honest, Alex, I don't think that it was that guy's dad. I think that was just a complete fucking meme.
that are in charge of Israel.
The Ben-Gvirs, the Smolters of the world, that's a
They're
view
the
that I reject.
cabinet.
Yes, I reject them.
That's what Hamas is saying they want to do to Israel.
Yeah, again, this is the main problem with like fucking liberal Zionists. They think like it's just an aberrance of what's going on in particular with like, oh yeah, no, that's just like what a couple of extremists are saying. No, it's the general broader society. Like the problem is the project of fucking Zionism. It's not just, Oh yeah, it's just I just don't agree with Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. They're the ones who are the aberrances. It's like, nah, dude, that's complete fucking bullshit, bro.
Sorry. I mean, Hamas murdered thousands of people, so there's no. So what does that mean? That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians. How many civilians have been killed in this war? The war is a tragedy, but 90% of them have been. 90% of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists. People have been killed in war. It's been a tragedy. They've killed people waiting for aid. But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject. You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this. People who are.
Yeah, again, like that's not. It's not. What he's saying isn't fucking ridiculous. Like, yes, at this point, like, do we have to like go to like I don't know, Bezalel Smotrich or Itamar Ben-Gvir talking about like they just want to say they just want to kill people, like it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, October 7th is obviously bad, but war, you know, meh, whatever.
Dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas,
don't actually think
that. I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are people who see the world differently.
But why?
I know that's a shock to you.
Like, it seems a little bit like
the humanitarian crisis has deteriorated.
I don't want to be disrespectful like this.
But like, you've been at various points.
In what capacity?
You've just been hostile.
In what capacity?
It's fine.
He's been hostile?
I think that
genuinely fucking sociopathic behavior, bro. Like, Adam is being, I would argue, rather fucking heartfelt and is trying to appeal to Ritchie Torres' fucking humanity, and Ritchie Torres is just, he just can't do it. I don't know, like what else are you supposed to say besides like, damn, I guess like Ritchie Torres is like inhuman or something, like genuinely trying to appeal to somebody's fucking humanity, and he just can't do it. I don't know. I guess like I guess the APAC bucks just speak too much. It's complete nonsense, dude. Yeah, you're doing a great job, Richie, at defending the noble honor of Israel. Good work.
My conscience is clear, especially as someone that's lived there and seen it and loved people that live there, and this sucks. I really didn't want to do this, and I think that you saw it as gotcha. This is what people are talking about right now.
Well, not in South Bronx. People are not talking about Israel. People are talking about how to put food on the table.
Yeah.
Maybe in your world, that's what people are talking about. In my world, people are struggling. So.
Yeah. Then why, if people are struggling in your world, are you paying $25 billion?
We have a $7 billion. We have $7 trillion budget in the federal government.
Yeah.
Right. Less than.
So it's not that much money.
Less than 1%.
So it's a little money to Israel.
In the grand scheme of the federal budget, yes, it's minuscule.
That's the fucking argument, dog. They are committing a fucking genocide, bro. It's like, yeah, we're not giving them that much money. So like, you know, that means it's okay for them to use that money to commit fucking genocide, bros. Like, that's psychotic, man. Absolutely fucking insane.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultant told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot too. I hate this. It's so embarrassing.
I don't have anything to hide. I'm willing to go anywhere.
No, man. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen, having this opportunity for me is a big deal. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part of these big decisions like this. And
well, only one of 535. So.
Well, I'll talk to another one. Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number. No.
All right. I appreciate it. I feel like you're mad at me or something. I gotta get a big laugh.
Look, it's like Hyman Roth from The Godfather 2. He said, "This is the life we've chosen." So, you know, I know what I signed up for.
Is this what happens? I've been doing a terrible job. I'm rambling about Israel and being a Jew and the Holocaust. It's the most embarrassing stuff to talk about in public.
I feel like every Jewish American should have a right to be who they are, to wear a kippah, to display Star of David, to be proudly and visibly Jewish, without fear of harassment or intimidation or violence.
Well,
I mean, the freedom to be who we are is like fundamental for all of us.
I mean, again, like, let's be honest, dude, that's not a fucking problem, Richie. Like, the problem that people are having, like, it's not about, like, a Jewish people not being able to display their fucking Jewishness or whatever fucking idiotic bullshit that you're gonna fucking try to say. No, it's the fact that the U.S. government is complicit in a fucking genocide that people are having a problem with, my dude. Like, complete fucking nonsense, dude. Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's not that. Come on, Adam. Like, you're lying. You're full of shit. Come on, it's not that expensive to starve children. Come on, let's be honest here.
I think that from where I'm sitting, Israel might be a threat to that.
And, you know, you have that view, but others have a different view.
Why are we still having this interview? This is exhausting. I'm sweating. AC's on. I'm just trying to find a button to shake your hand, dude. I don't want to fucking do this.
I think you have to speak about this. I really didn't.
Saying that he has a fucking agenda. Yeah, hey, by the way, hey, dumbasses who talk about fucking anti-Semitism all the time. Ritchie Torres immediately assuming someone who is Jewish having a fucking secret agendas. That's a little interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting behavior that's being engaged here by fucking Ritchie Torres. Again, like, these people are complete, utter fucking freaks. like, Richie, we get it. You just want to do you're okay with the fucking genocide. You're just okay with a bunch of fucking kids getting fucking turned into mulch, bro. Like, just just admit it to that, bro. Like, you know, you're just okay with fucking murdering children. That's what you're just in support of that. It's okay, you know. At least it'd be honest, you know. I'd have a little bit more respect for you if you were just being honest about that. Like, fundamentally, he's just a complete utter sociopath, and the fact that he's like completely darkened out in the shadow is just complete fucking nonsense. Oh yeah, 1000%. Like, yeah, like, I don't disagree with that at all, Alex. I do think that people like Ritchie Torres just do not have a fucking agenda. He's just a fucking stooge. Like, that's it. He's just a stooge to fucking power. He just wants to be a fucking career politician because he managed to get out of whatever shitty fucking living situation that he used to be in before. And, well, he's just like, well, fuck you. I got mine. So, fuck you, bitch. I don't have to deal with any more bullshit. Let's fucking go. Like, that's what it is to people like him. It's just complete, utter fucking sociopath, dude.
It is. It's not my it's not what I saw. Well, I was not elected. You don't get elected in the South Bronx. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just don't think you know about that.
You don't get elected on the fucking in the South Bronx. Yeah, dude. Like, being ardently pro fucking Israel in a fucking place, in a fucking party that is just coming out in revolt against the fucking actions of what Israel is doing. It's I don't know. It's just, do people broadly speaking understand just how fucking psychotic it is, dude? Absolutely fucking insane, dude. I don't know, like, as expected from people like fucking Ritchie Torres, like, he's just a complete utter fucking psychopath. Like, I don't know, like what else are you supposed to say about this besides dude's just a complete utter fucking nutter, dude. Just nothing besides just full-throated dick sucking of fucking Israel, bro. And people are like wondering why. Hey, I wonder why within the Democratic Party specifically, they're having even lower and lower fucking approval ratings of fucking Israel, and there's a lot of fucking more increases in fucking anti-Semitic attacks that are happening against Jews all across the world. It's because there is a state known as fucking Israel that is basically using, you know, I'm trying to think of what like the proper term here it would be, like symbols. I'm going to say, like, symbols of Judaism and being Jewish in order to justify their morally fucking abhorrent actions. And you want to, like, sit there and, like, morally preen and fucking justify the fucking actions of a complete rogue state that doesn't really fucking like you all that much. All because you get some fucking dollar bills, y'all, from them. A complete, utter fucking nonsense. I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides, Richie, you are a fucking tool and a complete, utter fucking sociopath, little bro. Actual fucking psycho, dude. Oh, boy. It's, oh my god, it's almost 4 in the morning. Daho, you need to stop streaming so late. Many people are saying this. Oh man, bro. Alright. It's 4 in the morning. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh. Alright. Ugh, Jesus, man. Alright, I'm just gonna raid out. No thinking. Alright, we're raiding out at Jason Society. It's 4 in the morning. I'm tired, bro. Alright, dorks, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with a Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, You did the Daho raid, both the WoW Eats, always show appreciation. Those are in tuning case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and I don't know, more factorio, more other fucking shit. It's been a fucking long one. Anywho, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.